meeting for his friends and says, hey guys, we need to get our finances in order. Just join this meeting and I'm going to teach you a thing or two. That is the person who has put this thing together. And I think it's important that we honor him. To give us the welcome address this morning, we have the privilege of having the host of this program. His name is Mr. Desmond Bredu. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Thank you, Prince. And good morning, everybody. I had an interesting session when you were speaking, and so many experiences. I could relate with Jem and a lot of you speaking. In fact, I wanted to do this welcome address like for my head. But I remember in secondary school, I was vying for SRC treasurer, and I tried that to do extempo. I saw Obama do it on TV. I didn't know about teleprompter. So I went there, and I missed one word. My God. So I lost horribly by 6 votes anyways. So I have something written here, and I'll just share as we go along. But I want to first thank everybody here for coming to the very first Starting Your Year Right conference, part of the SMART series. And for me, I'm really thrilled to see like this number. I was speaking with my boss yesterday evening, and I was like, I'm really nervous. I couldn't sleep. Around 12, I was like, hey, how many people shop? Is it 5 or 10 or 15? So to see at least more than 50 people here, it's really a blessing, and I'm really thankful to each one of you. In fact, it's a Saturday, and you could have chosen to be anywhere else, but you chose to be here. So it just shows the importance you place on financial education. And like Prince mentioned, over the years, I have done a number of sessions, from Instagram to WhatsApp to Telegram to Facebook, to Instagram, whatever you name it. But I've never held an in-person event. So this was a really significant milestone for me, that we are taking it from virtual to in-person. And it's really a privilege to see all of you here. And the past 2 years have really been challenging. And like I was saying, from all the comments you mentioned, DDP, mark-to-market, I'm sure we explained all of those things. But for me, it just underscored the importance of financial education. And that's why even amidst all the insults, amidst all the praises, we still are relentless in our pursuit of financial education. And I'm really happy all of you decided to show up today. But before we delve into the sessions, there's some people that I want to thank. I mean, obviously, you know I'll have to thank everybody here, and I think it's really important. But also the people behind the scenes, from the creatives to advisory, I can't thank you enough. Also for Stanbic, for allowing us to use this space. And MX24, when we said, oh, we're going to do this live, I was like, are you sure? He said, yeah, so we'll do this live. It's like, wow. And, oh, we get to stream on your socials. It's like, oh, really? On YouTube? Antoine, why? Do you want to kill me with good news? So I'm really grateful to MX24 as well. It's really important. And also to my boss, KB, I'm not sure he's not here yet, but I want to thank him for giving the opportunity to also organize this event. And to our speakers, Mimi, Saram, George, William, and Miriam, I'm really, really thankful. And I know that, in fact, when I told them about the event, each one of them was like, yes, first time, no, I think about it. And for me, it was really, really good. Can you give them a round of applause even before they speak? And also to my wonderful friends and MCs, you've seen their charm here, right? See how they did their work already. And Prince is a professional MC, even though he's in finance field. You can check him out on Instagram, the Regal MC, right? And for Idris, in fact, the first time I met her, I called her Idris. He said, no, it's Idris. I said, oh, okay. And she's also into personal finance. She has She Money Finance on Instagram. In fact, she inspires me so much. So I was like, I need somebody who will do this MC. I said, Idris, you do this one for me. So again, please, another round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. And also to the back guys, Yao and Nanaya Fuyata, 1,000. Hope you know him. You feel the vibe. So yes, then Priscilla, Jessica, everybody who supported through the back end, really, really thankful. Your efforts have made a difference, and you can see the turnout today. I'm really, really happy. And like Prince and Idris shared, we have social media, and I'm sure all of you saw this event through social media. So please feel free to use the hashtag SmartStar2024. Just tweet out anything you find interesting. Just tweet it out. Just share on Facebook, on your WhatsApp, anything, so that other people would also get to benefit from what we're having here. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming. You don't know what this means to me. Like I was saying, I was really, really nervous about how many people show up. And so I think that we are making great strides. And so without further ado, let us start. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, my boss says, let us start. Who am I? I don't have a choice, and we are ready to go. Our speakers are ready, you're ready, and I'm ready. So, especially as we are talking about the issue of financial literacy, investments, and money. Money is situated within the context of economics, of an economy. I think that before we even start the conversations about where to put your money, what to do with your money and whatnot, we need to have a good understanding of the environment in which that happens, the context in which that happens. We heard somebody talk about the fact that, well, they have looked at investment opportunities overseas and outside of Ghana, whatnot. That means that there's a global context that we need to understand, and then there's a local context as well that we need to understand. We are privileged to have one of our speakers help with that. This man is a results-oriented investment leader with over 15 years progressive industry experience across commercial banking operations, equity side, and investment management. Within an African-focused multinational financial institution, the core of his drive is privileged role of money managers and asset allocators in ensuring long-term composite funds can accelerate development in emerging and frontier markets within a sustainable approach. He is currently the Chief Investment Officer of Stanbic Investment Management Services Limited, and he holds an MBA in Finance and a BSc in Land Economy. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker for the day, Mr. George David Alote. Please put your hands together.
Thank you. That's here, yeah? All right, thank you. Mr. Yo. All right, thank you. I had a few slides that I wanted to share. So, say what, 2 years ago, if I was giving this conversation or having this conversation, I would have put up my chest out and be bold to tell you in terms of outlook on what I'm thinking. Now, I can't even look beyond 1 week because things are too fluid. So if we're not exact on what we say, just please pardon us. And I know I'm not that popular, so you can't find me, but then you can blame Desmond. You can find him somewhere, I think. But yes, thank you for having this. We couldn't say no because, it's always good to be part of something great. So I'm sure there's a reason why most of us did say okay and yes. So I'll just give a few thoughts. I'm sure 2023 was tough. It was tough. For me, it was tough because my clients lost a lot of money. So we're hoping that, I didn't get an opportunity to share my thoughts about 2024, but I'm hoping that this year things will be better so that our clients also will be happy. And I'm sure once they are, obviously we will be happy as well. 2023 is one of the years that we want to forget, similar to 2020 and some part of 2021. So a lot of the things that, I was having a conversation with one of my friends in December, and I was like, we actually caught the cold in 2023 because all the things that we witnessed from the last, 2021, 2022. So just to give some background on where we are or what happened. I'm sure we're all mindful of what happened in 2020, 2021, and as things were trying to become a bit more stable, then we witnessed the February 24th event. I like to use 24 event because we've heard it so many times about Russia-Ukraine. That was the time that Russia actually attacked Ukraine. So we're just about a month away to have a 2-year anniversary. It's not those anniversaries you want to celebrate, but there's that, to be able to put it in perspective, what did it mean? It meant that Russia supplies close to about 40% of natural gas to the European Union. In European Union, that's what their main source of energy in terms of what they actually power the electricity. So once there's that instability, it has an impact on the global economy. And the EU economy is quite big in the larger scheme of things. So once you have those instability, certainly, obviously, Ghana economy about what, 70, 75 billion US, depending on the exchange rate you use. It's really small in the scheme of things. So that was quite key. And unfortunately, COVID-2 had really broken a lot of fundamentals in most nations, not only in Africa, even in the global market, where they had a lot of supply tensions. Supply tensions meaning that you may want to buy this one shoe from Amazon. Typically, it would have taken about a week to get it over. But because of some of all these tensions, it typically took a lot longer because then people were not producing, and even the routes that you use were slightly longer. Once it's longer, it becomes more expensive. Hence why some of these prices, perhaps, I'm sure you may have seen some prices shoot up, etc. Largely too, we saw global inflation really rise. The US have been trying to push up their inflation for the longest time to 2%. In 2020 and 2021, it was around 1.6 or so. So where I'm sure if we had inflation of 2%, it would have been the happiest. But in 2022, as at October, they had inflation of about 7.5. That still sounded good in the Ghanaian context. The European Union had an inflation of about 10%. It still sounded good for us. But then this is euro and dollar you're talking about. So it's still high, considering that they had inflation of about 1%. So moving all the way to 7 and 10 for them is something that had not happened before. Typically, regulators, or they will also want to see, how do we bring things back? And that's where they reacted. And they reacted like what we did, our central bank also would do. So that's where the Fed is the US central bank, where we call our Bank of Ghana. So they had increased their policy rate. Typically, your policy rate is your base rate, where if you want to make an investment or if you want to lend money to someone, it's where they price from. Now, Ghana, we don't use the policy rates. We actually use the Ghana reference rate, although the policy rates, inflation and T-bills also feed into that. So they had increased it from about 0.75 all the way through to about 4.25. Currently, in 2023, it's gone up to about 5.5, but then thankfully this year, there are good signals that it will drop. Why is that even important? The US economy is about, as of 2023, is about 27 trillion economy, which is about 25% of the global economy. Okay, it doesn't sound too scary. The whole of Africa economy is about 3 trillion. So in African context, about times 8 or even more, or close to times 9 of what we produce. And that's what about 350 million people also do annually. So whatever they do certainly has an impact on us. And because we use the dollar as an intermediary currency, unfortunately, when we were going to, I was in Nigeria in November. When we're going, I wasn't taking CDs to go and shop in Nigeria. You could use dollar. So everything we do was based on a dollar. So even in an economy where the price of the dollar or the intermediary currency goes high, unfortunately, we are also at that risk where we need to use more CDs to chase the few dollars that we have in the system. And unfortunately, our Bank of Ghana do not churn out USD. So what did it mean for us as in a local economy? I'm sure we all witnessed a lot of slow growth. From 2021 to 2022. Things were very uncomfortable because we couldn't generate enough revenues. And in the longest time, since we went to the first capital market in 2007, that is President Kufuor's time, where we borrowed from the international market, Post that to 2016, every year we've been going to the market to raise about 2 to 3 billion US dollars. What does that mean? Oftentimes, during Christmas, where we have a lot of enjoyment, there's that demand of dollar that swells up. So every year, the government is able to borrow between 2 and 3 billion to be able to meet all those payments that needs to go out in the first 3 months of the year. Unfortunately, in 2022, we could not get that. What did it mean? Meaning that we need to find the dollar somewhere because these payments needed to be done. Then the speculation started coming in, etc. So as of July 2022, we saw currency depreciate about 26 or so percent. In October, I had done 49. In November, I had done 52, 53. Then we did some voodoo in December 2022. It ended up at 27. That I cannot explain. I don't know how that happened. So we had that currency fall. And unfortunately, because, like I mentioned, we import a lot of the things that we use, any shake-up in the currency feeds directly into inflation. Then we saw our inflation also shoot up. Ended the year at 54%. That's the highest we've heard of. Where US, they are crying about 7.5 and 10. We had about 54%. So, I mean, it's been quite tough. It's quite tough. And I think this, is it Idris or Idris? Idris. Idris just speak about mark-to-market. Yes. Mark-to-market happened because I'm sure maybe the other speakers to probably make it a bit more personal. But if you bought a bond, the bond you bought it at 100 cedis. 100 cedis gave you a number of units of bonds at same 100. But after a year, you want to sell this bond. That bond is worth 20 or 30 cedis because you want to sell. If you do not want to sell, it still stays as it is. Just that once you are marking to market is assuming that I am selling the bond today. And there has to be a willing buyer. And because of that lack of confidence in the market, to be able to get somebody to buy that bond from you, you need to be able to compensate that person. So where a lot of my clients were crying, we still had people who were buying because they were looking at more long term. So I'm sure Say and Miriam will be able to put things in perspective for you on the personal side, why some of these things do happen. So yes, a lot of the clients cried, but then some also did make enough money. Then come to domestic exchange. I'm sure there's another animal. I mean, all that government wanted to do was, we are broke, we can't pay, please, can we exchange the debt? They didn't say please though, but I mean, can we exchange the debt? And they've been able to do close to about 110 billion cedis from February 2023 through to September. And I'm sure last week or earlier in the week, most of us had also heard about the conversation with the bilateral creditors where they've been able to secure a moratorium for not paying for the next 3 years up to 2026. That's about 5.4 billion. Sometimes when you hear these things, what does it mean? Let's just assume that in that 5.4 billion, we're supposed to have paid about 2% as interest and about another push, about 8% in principal. That would have been us paying about 540 million this year in USD that we don't have. So that gives us some room for the next 3 years, about 1.5 billion or so. And that move, I'm sure we also have heard it from yesterday, for the IMF also giving us the go-ahead. I'm sure by Monday, I mean, we're just waiting for them to tell us the cash has landed. Because that also provides some additional confidence in the market of additional 600 million. And with the IMF on, it's not only about the cash. Really, it's about the confidence. And for me, in my view, financial market is driven by two things: information and confidence. The lack of information makes people have some irrational decisions, but also the confidence that things will get better also helps to be able to put this information in perspective. Okay, so that's mine. I'll just have 2 more slides, and I'm sure we can take some questions or other comments or views. So in October, there's this magazine that I often read. They come out with what their views, or they actually sample views globally in terms of what people are thinking about the world economy. And it's called The Economist, and I'm sure a lot of us probably do read it as well. So they are thinking about, so I'll start from the left, where this year quite a number of countries are actually going to have elections. And perhaps what does it even mean for us? The thoughts about the experts are thinking that the Democrats would win. They may win about 63%, and I know some of us who love Trump do not agree. and if you don't agree, I mean, we're in this together. But one thing is certain. Two things are certain. If the Democrats win, there's certainty of what America can do. Another thing is also certain. If Donald Trump comes, there's no certainty that he will happen. So that's also certain. So at least we have 2 certainties. One underlining that it will be uncertain. And for me, why is this also important? I did touch on the fact that the GDP of US is about a quarter of our global GDP. So whatever happens in there is important for us. And thankfully, they've seen some recovery in that space where, because the job levels are actually coming up, inflation looks to be trending down. Where 2022, I mentioned that it was around 7, it's come to around 5, 4, 5-ish, which is quite decent. So for us, if you see that trend, we want it to continue, even though those of us on the Trump side, we don't want that to happen. So if you move on to the Eurozone area, unfortunately, about 82% of those surveyed think that there will be a recession, or there will be at least 1/4 of a negative growth. As we are all growing as an economy, you want to see positives. But once you have a negative, it means that things are shrinking. So out of the 4 quarters, we may see at least 1, even though a lot of people did not think that there will be a recession. Move on to the right side, where this yellow one, which I'm sure you can guess where that is, Russia. So the same people that sampled, about 91%, do not think that we will have a resolution to the conflict by October, because they look at a 1-year cycle. What does it also mean again for us? Meaning that our favorite bread, if you like brown, like I do, because a lot of the wheat that we use in making that bread actually comes from that region. A lot of the fertilizers that we use, the inorganic fertilizers that we actually use for our farms, actually also comes from that region. So once there's instability in that space, certainly we may also bear the brunt. But unfortunately, sometimes when we hear some of these, it may not resonate directly with us, but a lot of them really do. Then the second largest economy, which is China, is also facing a lot of challenges, especially from the real estate sector. So I'm sure other people are thinking, oh, okay, if I can't buy bonds, I should go and buy land or building. That also along the line could have. But I'm sure, I don't know if it was Jeff who mentioned that everything has a risk. So I'm sure Miriam and Say will probably break it down further in terms of what risk that you should look at. Then our favorite one, in the middle. I don't know if it's off, but then can I just ask one person to say, what do they think people are thinking about Africa? Just one person, if we can. I have some people, some good friends, I could mention their names, but I'll just if you can. What were you thinking people were thinking about Africa? Okay, we have a hand at the corner.
So possibly due to like instability from the coups and then the wars ongoing, yeah.
Okay, so that was part, but middle wasn't the main, but I hear you. It is. So not to waste too much time, I'm sure one of the things about 16 or 17% of African countries are having elections this year. But that wasn't the risk. You know, that should be it. They are saying about 17 to 20% of our domestic revenues is going to be used to service external debt, not local debt. And unfortunately, the guys that we would typically run to, China, are also facing hardships. So, it's not looking very well. But let's see what is happening or are thinking in Ghana for the year 2024. We believe that we've gone through the worst. That's 1 week from now. I could change my mind. I'm allowed to change my mind 1 week from now. I gave that caveat, so I'm allowed to change my mind 1 week from now. Because we face a lot of challenges, it can only get better. And we think that we've seen that recovery as well. We saw inflation end the year at around 23.2. That's not where we want to be, but then we still see it trending down. There's a lot of projections where the Ministry of Finance is thinking to close about 15%, even though that's a bit bullish, but then anything within the high teens make a lot of sense. So that's one thing that we need to. And of course, with the closing out of the IMF transaction and even the additional money coming through, it's also unlocking additional money from even the World Bank. This wanted to post something. I don't know how far you shared that, but then the World Bank is supposed to give us another 400 million or so, and that also is a bigger, it's a part of a bigger tranche of cash that could actually come in. So for us, DDEP, if you look at the budget for November, DDEP, we saved close to 24 billion in interest and principal payments for last year alone. Add that to the close to 500 would have been paying on external. Hopefully, if we're able to close out on the exchange on the Euro bonds as well, at least it will free us some of this. Though, one thing about DDEP for me, which is the key risk, is we've parked all the bonds in 2027 and 2028, unfortunately. So there's a lot that we need to do right as an economy for the next 3 or so years. And yes, this one, you have to go off from this in-person thing, because in 2027, we may have to be explaining again. I mean, for the investor, I'm sure you're wondering whether to say that 2024 is going to be a great year. For me, I don't think so. I think we should expect a rebound in 2025. But then if you are someone who wants to invest, it's actually a good one for you, because you are going to buy cheap. If you're on the sell side, unfortunately not. So those who are thinking of exiting, my lady was exiting every time the interest comes. Please, don't exit now. We're probably time to add that 80% on, because you're going to buy it at a lower price, which will be helpful for you. Because once you do that and the things turn, you may have. And why am I thinking that things will not pick up this year? It's an election year. Typical election year. It's still uncertainties. If you're uncertain, people just relax. And I'm sure Desmond can give you a good solution if you just want to relax and not put your money in something that you are not certain of. And unfortunately, our market is also highly dominated by external investors. So once in an election year and they don't come to your market, you may not see your bond prices bounce back to the 90s or 80s that we are looking out for. But then it's still a good time to buy. Depreciation, we think it may be contained because of all this dollar inflows that are coming through. Just that because we are on an IMF program and they are time bound, so if there are any slight dips, we may see those little volatilities. I'm sure we're expecting to cross out this IMF, this 600 million in November. It did not happen. We saw some volatilities in the month of November and December, where currency depreciated almost 5%. So these things, we should expect them, just that in a broader scale, we should have a lower depreciation. I mean, perhaps anything less than 10% will make sense. I did speak about the inflation, and I believe that the government is making enough efforts. Of course, no, maybe the big brother IMF is ensuring that we are doing the right thing. And if we're able to continue, we believe that that improved economic climate that we are thinking 2024 should be, we'll be able to achieve it. So those are my thoughts, and I'm happy to hear comments and also other views as well. Thank you very much.
So we'll just take a few questions before we move on.
You spoke about the government paying the bonds and stuff like that in 2028. So what happens if they are not able to pay at that time? You know, if this government is not in power and in the next government and they are not able to find the money to pay, do they restructure the debt again? Or
if they are not, okay. So we're on camera, so I need to be careful what I say. Okay, we asked that question, and the feedback they gave us that they put together a decent debt management plan that will help us not to face that risk. But then they said the same thing to us a couple of years back. All we are saying is that for the next 3 years that the IMF with us, we are certain, or almost close to certain, that a lot of the things will be done right. When they leave in 2026, we hope that we as local investors can also hold them to that similar levels. If we're able to do that, we may not have to face those risks. But then I'm sure as an investor, and as you speak to your investment advisors, those are things that they may be able to help you be able to maneuver. So please, I humbly ask that kindly engage a professional investment advisor who will be able to help you so that you don't personally fall into that space.
So I just wanted to ask your opinion. In retrospect, what has happened when there's a change in government? How has the economy fared in the first few years? I'm asking this because, I mean, there's another party who's saying that we should give them grace period for the first few years. So what is it like in the first few years?
Oftentimes, post every election, there's always that renewed confidence. Especially, it happened in 2001. 2001 had just gone to, Miriam had just gone to SS. So I remember 2001. 2004, 2005, it was same person, so we shouldn't really see much. But you witnessed that a lot in 2017, where in 2016, we're buying T-bills around 23, 24% 91 day. In 2017, April, I'm sure, Jeff, I don't know if the one who sold me that bond, but then we bought bonds, 3-year bonds at 16, 17% yield. Just that shows that confidence that people had in the next government that things were going to be better. So oftentimes with the promises, etc., there's that renewed confidence that every election, that confidence will be there, if I may.
And
but sorry, again, I can really see it beyond 1 week.
Yes. Okay. So another question I had is, should we be thinking of investing in international markets like the UAE, where it's more stable? And yeah.
I mean, those are options. And I don't want to take, I know some of the colleagues have specific products they want to share with you offshore. But yes, why not? But then for me, one of the key things that key metric you should also look out for is inflation. If you spend cedi, unless you have a dollar obligation, then you need to be thinking about, because inflation is what actually is your wealth away, not the current, not the exchange rate, because exchange rate feeds into inflation. So yes, why not, you can diversify, but of course you also know you need to understand that market, so that you did $100, and if it goes to $90, you should not panic, because you know why you went in. So yes, diversification offshore, certainly.
Hi. I find economics quite fascinating because everything affects everything. Okay. And I'm curious, all these loans with the IMF, the World Bank, I'm sure there will be ripples in the economy. Like we would feel it in certain aspects, certain areas. I don't know, I'm curious about where we'd feel it. Like how they affect people in general. Yeah, that's my question.
So the difference between some of these IMF loans and World Bank loans compared to your commercial Euro bonds are some of these ones are at concession rates. Concession rates meaning that their interest, which they probably give you a longer time period to pay, and the rates are slightly lower, unlike the commercial ones. And they are quite flexible. So yes, we are building up our debt stock. But then debt is not on its own bad. How you're managing the debt and the use of the debt to ensure that you get enough cash flows to retire the debt is what is important. So if they've done the first one, they do the second one well, we should not have a problem. If they don't, we'll have a problem.
Okay, we'll take one more question and then move on to the next session.
Yeah. Good morning. In your presentation, you said there will be a number of elections in Africa, but those who were surveyed didn't see it as a risk, even though for the American elections, there was a certainty and a certain uncertainty. So I want to know, why does the African election doesn't pose any risk? Because I'm asking in the sense that there are two major parties in Ghana, MPP and DC. Whoever is in power, does it affect our economy in a certain way, or whoever is in power, whatever happens in Ghana? There's no clear distinction between how they handle the economy.
The first one was the easiest one. Let me take that. I mean, like I did mention, if you have an economy that controls close to 20% of the global GDP, and the whole of Africa controls it's just about 3 trillion. It's not that the elections are not risk. They are not a risk on its own. They are, but in terms of weighting, they think that the debt stock is something they will need to be mindful of, especially that they also have portfolio institutional investors who are also investing in Africa. So for me, that is where they put more premium on that risk. The other one, please.
All right, thank you so much, George.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As you were speaking, I just remembered my history lessons in school in World War II, and they used to say, when America sneezes, the world shakes. Okay, so we'll just move on to the next session now. New Year's resolutions. I think a lot of the time when people start a new year, you have this renewed sense of enthusiasm, and a lot of the time it's weight loss. But it's good to give it a holistic approach, and looking at your financial goals is really important. And so our next speaker is going to talk about New Year's resolutions and setting your financial goals. So she's an investment professional and a certified coach. She's passionate about personal development and leadership competencies among young people. She has also facilitated and provided over 500 training sessions, sharing insights on various topics, including financial independence, career choices, leadership, and personal development. With over a decade's years of experience within the financial services sector in Ghana, Miriam, who is our next speaker, currently heads the client experience team at Stanbic Investment Management Services, one of Ghana's leading asset management firms. Her role has involved growing the investment management portfolio and building client and stakeholder relationships. Miriam's portfolio covers mining, telecom, and banking funds, and she has also built a wealth of experience structuring investment portfolios to meet a wide range of client needs. As an entrepreneur, she led the team at Makana Consult, a consultancy she founded to pursue her passion in helping others to realize their full potential through coaching. She's a certified Maxwell Leadership Coach and a member of the Association of Coaching Practitioners in Ghana. She mentors several young people and provides individual and group coaching services for institutions and groups. Miriam is passionate for providing wealth and investment solutions and has put all her efforts into these platforms. And she's spoken severally on different platforms, including the City FM Breakfast Show, Asempa Radio, Sunny FM, and Waza TV, to share her ideas and provide insights to various people. She writes articles for various investment outlets on investment topics, which have been published in notable media outlets such as the Business and Financial Times, Ghana News Agency, and TV3 Online. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Miriam Maku Emisa.
Good morning. Okay, how many of you are feeling down with all this news? I need some excitement in the room because, Charlie, I can't do this without the excitement. There has to be some energy in the room. Who is willing to put that energy in the room? He's not here. Desmond, next time invite him. He's coming. But you're doing an awesome thing, Desmond, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity, inviting me here. If you are here this morning, it is the greatest and the best use of your Saturday morning. I was reading Change Your Thinking by Brian Tracy yesterday, and he says we've moved from the industrial age to we're now information age and even communication, where what your greatest value is what is in between your ears, and that's your brain, your thinking abilities and being able to innovate and create. And that is from the information that you receive. So it's a good use of your time. And welcome and thank you for coming. The attendance is amazing, and I'm grateful to be here. Okay, I have to use that to move. Let me drop this then. Are you sure this will move it? Oh, it's not on. Okay. But I'm not the one controlling it, yeah. Anyway. Your name, Idris. Idris. I wasn't here, so I had jobs. Idris. Okay. Thank you so much also for the very kind words. And you touched on my goal for the year. After every December, there should be health goals because you need to lose some weight. So it's on top of my list. But we're going to talk about goals this morning. And it's one of the things I'm also very passionate about. There's no one, I believe, who has been successful without having goals. And the Bible says in Luke that who gets up to go and build a tower without first sitting down to assess the cost of it? And that's goal setting. Because you need to understand what I need to put in to be able to build that tower. And it goes on further to say that if he doesn't build the tower, others around him will laugh at him. How many successful people have you seen who people are laughing at? So if you want to be successful, you need to set goals. Before we talk about financial goals, I want to start from when we're looking at goals, we need to look at it in a general sense in my life. Like everything concerning my life. Where do I want to be? How many of us have actually started or sat down to reflect on the past year, 2023, and said that, okay, this is my focus for the year 2024? How many of us have done that? It's not a bad number. So it just means that you probably didn't set goals for 2023. If you didn't pause to reflect 2024, because if you did set, then you would want to see how well you did on your goals for 2023. But it's a new year, and we have a new opportunity to set goals. So we are going to set them right. But we need to start from where we want to be by the end of 2024. So who can give me a statement? We've all been to 31st. Now, how many didn't go for watch night service? Okay, we all went. What was your theme? My year of success. That wasn't mine, no. Oh, no one. Yes. My year of open doors. It's very close to mine. Oh. The spirit was moving. Who else? Yes. My God year. I know where you are coming from. Yes.
My year of overflow.
My year of overflow. Mine was my year of divine help. What I'm trying to say is that they've given you a theme to run with, but what is your personal theme? What have you decided that this year will be for you? And for me, I was an investment friends event, and someone says it was a year of being intentional. I said my year of being the best version of myself. What is yours? If you have that theme, it also helps you to focus on what to do in the various aspects of your life. So whether it's health, whether it is family, whether it is career, whether it's personal development, you have a certain focus that you're working towards. And you know, the thing about financial goals is that every goal that you set feeds into your financial goals. So let me tell you why. I set a health goal. I want to lose 10 kg by the end of 2024. Is that possible? Very possible. But is there a possibility that I will miss it? What will happen? Pardon? I eat a lot. Okay. What else? I can't afford the meal plans. What else? I lose willpower. Gym membership is expensive. So all these things, if you begin to think about it, my health goal is dependent on me having certain things in place to be able to achieve it. And that means what? Money. Even if I don't want to go to a gym, it's too expensive. I have to subscribe to some app, or I have to join some group that will take money from me. I have to add more vegetables and fruits, and they don't come cheap. It's the gope that is easy to get. So it also means money. Let's take another aspect of our lives. Personal development. So I want to grow. How do you want to grow? Maybe I want to read more books in the year 2024. How do you get the books? Yes, some you get free e-books. But it's not easy to read e-books. So before you know it, a message has dropped and you've moved from that place. So maybe you have to get hard copy. And the hard copy books, you have to buy. How long would you be borrowing from people's library? You have to start creating your own library. So even personal development is coming back to what? Money. So you see where I'm taking you from. You have a theme. You look at the various aspects of your life where you need to improve. And then when you have assessed what you need to do in those aspects, you look at the resources, which will come with money. If I don't meet my goal at the end of the year, it's probably because I didn't have enough resources as well, not just the willpower. So if I check all those other, you could please move. Okay, it's working now. If I check all those other areas and I realize that my money I'm earning today is not sufficient to take care of all those beautiful goals that I have written out, then maybe I also need a side gig like Desmond. I also need to do more to add to my monthly goals. Do we get it? Awesome. If you are bored with life, you don't get up every morning with a burning desire to do things. then you don't have enough goals. Who agrees with this statement? How many of us wake up bored and feel like, Charlie, life is slow, cry? Or you no agree? Then can I tell you that you don't have enough goals? Because if you have enough goals, it will fill 2 pages of your book. And every morning when you wake up and you look at it, you're like, I have to be on the go. So if you're bored with life, you don't get up every morning excited at what to do, then we need to set new goals. We need to add up to our goals. So this morning, I want you to think about these areas as you're focusing on what you want to do in the year 2024. Where do I want to get to in the year 2024? Is it my career? Is it my health? Is it relationships? Is it my spiritual or emotional soundness? And I know this era, our mental stability means a lot for us. You can't come and destabilize my soundness at this point. And then your finances is the last but not the least. It's actually one of the most important ones. So my question is, how would you want to describe your finances by the end of 2024? How would you want to describe your finances? You can use a word, you can use a phrase. Talk to me. How would you want to describe your finances? Yes. In 2024, my finances were revived. I like that. Yes, please. Abundance. Abundance. What else? Revival, abundance. You can use a phrase. You can use a word. If your finances were a car, what would it be? I had G-Wagon. Pardon? S-Class. Hey, shh. Okay, if you were an animal, which animal would it be? Pardon? Lion. I can't hear you. Lion, okay. Elephant. Hey! We are in a certain era, so sometimes when you mention some names, your mind will go somewhere else. Yes, who is going to give me another animal to describe their finances by the end of 2024? A cheetah. Cheetah. Very fast, eh? Hey, Desmond. Ant. Iswa. Ah, you still want it to be small at the end of 2024. As far higher. So, given the kind of descriptions we are given to our finances at the end of 2024, meaning if you want your finances to be an elephant, it's going to be very large. So how are you going to set your goals to ensure that they are large enough? But let me break it down for you. When we are setting goals, there are different types of goals. There are those that are just here, those that are there, and those that are far away in the future. So before you think about that largeness or that revival, I'm sure from the various areas that you have looked at, there are certain needs that you have to meet in the next 2 months, in the next 3 months. And then you would identify that if it's personal development, for instance, and you said, I want to get a degree, or I want to get the master's, is it for this year, or is it for next year? If it's this year, am I able to make allowances for it with the income that I have? If it's not, and it's next year, maybe then what should I be doing now so that by January 2025, I'm buying my application form? So there are different types of financial goals that we need to set. And one of them is the short term. So typically, the timeline is days, weeks, or months. They are immediate, smaller steps you take to reach a larger objective. So a short term, it could be that it's to have a master's. That's a long-term need. You need about 50,000 or 10,000 to do that. But the short-term goal is that I'm putting aside maybe 50 cedis of my income every month towards that goal. Then we have the medium term, also spans several months to a few years. And then we have the long term, which is often 5 years or more. So when you're setting your financial goals, make sure that you understand the ones that are close and the ones that are far off. So what are some of the goals that are short-term? What are some of the short-term goals that we have? I know your name, so I have the registration list.
Let me help you with the mic.
What are some of the short-term goals that we have? Yes.
Maybe being able to set aside 20% of your salary every month.
Every month, that's a short-term goal. Okay. Every month, I want to put aside 20 Ghana cedis. It's likely towards a bigger objective. So that's why I mentioned that there are smaller steps to reach a larger objective. Any other short-term goal? Any other short-term? Yes. Or some. So there are some short courses that we take, maybe 2 months course, 3 months course, and we want to make sure we have some money available to complete that course. Which other goal? Which other goal is short-term? Now realize that no answer is wrong because your short-term goal might be my long-term goal. Like wanting to get married. It may be someone's very long-term goal. It may be someone's medium-term goal. It may be someone's short-term goal. So no answer is correct. So when I mention your name, you have to give me a goal. Where is Ekia? You're Ekia.
So a short-term goal could be working out 4 times a week.
Working out 4 times a week. Okay. Would there be any financial commitments to that?
If you are paying for a gym membership,
okay,
there would be, or maybe gym clothes, maybe your diet.
Awesome. So you have to make money available for that. Thank you, Ekia. Yes. Pardon? Reading 2 books every month. So you have to make money. This month, I bought 2 books for myself. I'm very serious. So this year, I will read books. This year, I will read books. I have not completed a book in 5 years. But in 2024, one of my goals is to complete the books that I buy. So 2 books will do that. Short-term goals. Okay. So overseas holiday. How many of us are planning a vacation? Yeah. So you realize that the Fed will not pay for the air flight or the fuel you have to buy for the car. So you need to make some adjustments today towards that. It could also be to buy a car. How many of us? Hey, thank you. I have some witnesses in the car. Okay, awesome. And then getting married. That one I'm not going to ask you. It's okay. The medium term also could be a deposit on a house. it could even also be rent. Maybe your rent is almost due, maybe next year. Some people are doing 2 years. It's not when the landlord is putting up an attitude that you start thinking about your next payment of rent. Immediately, if you are doing 1 year, then in 6 months, you have to start asking yourself whether you are staying there or you are moving out, and you start looking. So it could also be a medium-term or a short-term goal. Then taking a break from work. This means you are changing jobs, for instance, you're leaving your work. And the long-term one could be children's education. I know a friend that whenever she takes seed, she starts putting money aside for the child. So it's a long-term goal, but she started today. Own a house. How many? 5 years, so you can aspire. And then retirement. So all these things or goals require money. All these goals require money. And you start now to plan towards that goal. Otherwise, you will not achieve it. You will never get there. So we're coming to certain SMART goals. Say women like money. We like money. Money is good. Money answers all things. Yeah, I have some witnesses. and some people also want to, yeah. Oh, you understand, right? Yeah. So we as we have already discussed, we know what we want. But how do we get there? All of them require goals, and all of them require resources, which is money. So the goal that I have here is I want to be rich by the end of 2024. And this is where we try to set goals that we will meet. I'm sure you've heard it over and over again, setting SMART goals. A goal that should meet the criteria of being specific, measurable, achievable or attainable, realistic, and time-bound. And this does not cut it. I want to be rich by 2024 is not a SMART goal. So I'm going to give you a SMART goal. I want to increase my vacation fund by 10,000 by December 2024. It shall come to pass. So here I'm talking about my vacation fund because one of my goals is to travel next year. Because I said December, because I'm planning next year, and I'm not planning local. planning international. 10,000 is small, though. You have to now FS, unless we are going to Cote d'Ivoire or Nigeria. So we're going to assess this goal and then see why it matches the smartness. How am I doing on time? I like talking. I'm okay. The goal has to be specific. So you have there which fund? My vacation fund. So when I say by 2024, I know where I'm going to. Whether it's a collective investment or a bond fund, I know a fund has been set up with the name vacation. And I'm going to check that fund. So it's very specific. I'm not confused in my mind where that fund is. Then the second thing is that it's measurable. By how much? How much do I want that fund to increase? So if it's at this point, I have 0, then I need to raise 10,000. If I have 2,000, I need to raise 8,000. If I have 5,000 in there now, I need to raise another 5,000 to hit my target. Then it helps me to know, okay, this 5,000, if I do 2 CDs every month, I'll get there. Do you get it? So it has to be measurable. The next thing is achievable. Where am I now? You are at ground 0. Your income is 1,000 a month. And you want to get to 10,000 at the end of the year. Masa. Jai. So the achievable, there's faith. But there's also something called work at the faith. Exactly. Faith without works. So then, if I'm 1,000, and I want to get to, I earn 1,000, and I want to get to 10,000, and I'm at 0, it means I have to do certain things differently. If I'm speaking at events for free, I have to stop. I have to start charging. I should talk to you direct. This is why I didn't mean this for you. No, I have to start monetizing some of the things that I do. If I'm also not doing anything at all, I need to start thinking of my side business. I need to do something extra to increase what I'm getting to be able to get to that 10,000. So one thing that a SMART goal does for you is to make you assess where you are and make sure whether this goal I'm setting is achievable or not. Because if it's not achievable and you set it, you demoralize yourself because you always feel like I'm not meeting my goals. The goals are not even, it makes me feel bad, so I'll not even set it at all. But when it's achievable and you have checked your circumstance and you know that you can get there, you work at it and you will get there. And you can even exceed it. Is it realistic? Yes, I even earn 5,000. I can put money aside to get to the 10,000. But is it realistic? Because I have a family of 4. They are all going to school. Can you believe on 26th I got bill from the school? 26th December, that we are celebrating Christmas, that school fees have changed. 26th. I'll mention the name of the school. But you can get such surprises during the year. So in terms of how realistic your goal is, have you made sure that you understand your circumstance and you know that you can save towards it? So all this while, whilst you are asking yourself these questions, you are tweaking the goal that you have set. If 10,000 is too aggressive, you want to set your goal that I will travel in maybe January 2026 rather. But also know that the prices of fares are going up. So the best thing to do is increase your salary. Have a discussion with your boss. Okay. Then the last one is time-bound. Time-bound. Now what this does for you is that it puts some kind of burden and pressure on you to meet your goal. Because if you have not put a timeline to your goal, you have just dreamt. It's a dream. I want to fly. I for fly. I for burger. That one, there's no time. So every day, every year, you'll be saying I for fly, I for burger. Every year, you'll be saying it. And it will not happen. But when you put a time period to it, there's always some pressure on you. Hey, it's June, oh. And I have only 2,000 in the account. Then there's some pressure to do something. Push yourself to do extra. If I don't even get to the 10,000, I'll get to 8,000 by December. But the timeline always puts some kind of pressure on you to push and forge ahead to meet your goal. Yeah, I'm doing your thing again. Awesome. Okay, it's working now. Now, these are a few hacks for overcoming the setbacks. So we've talked about the setting of the goals. That's all there is to it. But it takes a lot of thinking. It takes a lot of time to set the goals to be smart enough. And it's not that easy. It's good to make sure that you spend time to do it, because I call the goals the sharpening of the axe. If you get it done well, when you get up and you start moving, you're just going and hitting, and you hit it right on the head for you to see some actual progress. And it's good that when you set your annual goals, you review them. So in setting your goals, one of the things that I advise is to seek professional advice. For your financial goals, for instance, and that's why one of the reasons why you're here. If you're setting financial goals, you need to understand how the market is. And that's why George came here and talked about what is happening around us. You need to be very aware, going in this year and beyond. You can't take anything you hear for granted. I was talking to my husband about the Suez issues, the Houthis and the issues on the seas. And when the ships, they started blocking some ships from using the canal, I was like, hey, this thing, isn't it going to affect us? But it seemed distant, only for us to hear the ripple effect of oil prices, which is going to affect me eventually. Same thing, when Ukraine war started, who would have thought that the price of bread, the bread that I eat, that was how much? 7 cedis, just moved to 15. Within, 20. And this is as a result of the Ukraine war. So you need to seek advice when you are setting your goals. Don't take it for, be very serious about setting of your goals. The next thing is to make sure that you implement systems for accountability. 1 year, 52 weeks, 365 days, it is very long. And if you don't have someone you are accountable to, you will get tired along the way. You will stop eating right. You will stop working out. You will stop reading the books because there's no one to account to. So it's very important that you find support systems where you can speak to people, talk to people, and get it done. And then learn from mistakes. I heard George say that everything I say is for 1 week. So it means that your goals are going to change. Within the year, it's going to change, and it may change rapidly. And you have to take some very swift decisions to update your goals. So when you meet a challenge, do not give up. Just re-strategize, go back, reset your goals, and I'm sure that you're going to win at your goals this year. Thank you. So we'll take questions. We'll take questions. Please ask me questions. Otherwise, I'll ask you. Yes.
Thank you. So what you said about accountability, right? What if you have nobody else to help you? There are people who have gym partners, so it helps with accountability. But can you use yourself for your own accountability? Is that possible?
I would say no. I see accountability partners as that person that is concerned about your growth and they want to see you make it. That's an accountability partner. So in a race, and I take your goal as the end of the track, you're actually running. You need someone at the side of the road cheering you on. When you fall, he says, get up, you can do it. And then you get up, and then he's there with you, walking with you, saying, pushing you on, edging you on, because you can even sabotage yourself. And so without that other voice saying, I believe in you, you can get it done, push it, we can buy that airplane ticket, we can do this, we can do that, you will miss it. So yourself is not enough. You need to get someone who would support you to do it. And you can get one person who is your biggest fan and is cheering you on, but it's okay to also get accountability partners for every area of your life. You can get it for personal development. You can get it for health. You can get one for family or relationship issues. You can get one for spiritual. You go and pray with. You can get one for every area, but make sure you get someone that is supporting that goal. Share the goal with the person, share the vision, and let's run with it. There was another hand. Yes.
Thank you, Miriam. I'd like to see your face, so if you could. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Miriam, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I have a question on the types of financial goals. Assuming I'm earning 1,000 cedis every month, and I have a short-term goal of buying a new phone, is it fine that for the next 3 months, I commit myself to say, okay, assuming I'm earning 2,000 cedis a month, I commit myself to saying, I commit myself... So, okay, I have short-term goals, I have medium-term goals, and I have long-term goals, but I want to buy a phone in 3 months. Is it fine to commit myself to saying that in the next 3 months I'm saving purposely or I'm investing purposely for my short-term goal, and I'm not going to be making contributions towards my long-term goals and my medium-term goals? Thank you. I think she has a question too.
Okay. I think it's fine. It's yours. Remember, the goals are yours. So something would always give. I heard a guy who says he likes economics, opportunity cost. Something always has to give. But it's your goal. And you know what is pressing now. If the phone is pressing now and you're committing to getting it because your phone, my phone in my hands brings me income of about 500 Ghana cedis a month. My phone in someone else's hands brings them about 2,000 to 5,000 every month. So if that phone is important to you and in the next 3 months, you need to get it so that you are getting your 5,000, then it can even help you to meet those goals. So that's why I talk about having a general goal where you have address every aspect or area of your life, and you know the resources that you need to push into each of them so that when you're making a decision, you're making it holistically.
Thank you.
Welcome. I like that one. Oh, that's one. Okay.
Hi. So on overcoming setbacks, you spoke about seeking professional advice. And I have seen that maybe for something like this, it's free, it's open to everyone. But if I want a bespoke service, I want to talk about my income, my expenses, and my goals. It's quite expensive to get someone to talk to you on your finances. The cost of that can be like my saving goal for the year. So do you think it's worth it to actually invest in that or pay for such a service, or should we rely on this month's programs? You know?
Okay. This one, you have to start charging. I think it's a good investment. And this is not just because I'm in it, because I also charge. If you come, I'll charge. It's not just because, but I think it's an investment that is worth it. Imagine you do not talk to anyone, you set it yourself. Then along the way, you keep making mistakes, keep investing in things you shouldn't invest in. At the end of the day, if you had paid just $250 at the beginning of the year to attend Investment Friends program, set some very beautiful goals at the end of the 2024, and you run with it. I'm sure that once you attend that program, you're on their list, you're sending stuff, you're reading, you're educating yourself. And it's not just speaking to a professional that ends it. You need to educate yourself as well. And that's why I was talking about being aware of all that happens around us. It can be happening in China, but before we knew it, 2020, we were all on lockdown. But we all heard about COVID. But we didn't know, we didn't even think it will get here. So it's important that even after you've gotten the professional advice, and if you have to pay for it, please do. It will not cost you an arm and leg, but it's a good investment to make. And make use of the free ones also that come every now and then. Okay. I have a free one next week, so please, you can join. Yes.
Okay. My question. Yeah. In making your goals, okay, and should we make room for uncertainties? You know, as someone made mention of the fact that he's planning towards buying a phone, and all of a sudden something comes up and it needs your attention critically to the extent that you need to, divert those funds to solve that uncertainty. What is the way forward in making the goal? Should we make room for uncertainties? That's my question.
So I wouldn't want to take the wind out of Mimi Osei's presentation, but when it comes to budgeting, they will let you know that you need to make an allocation for miscellaneous, or what do you call it on the budget? Miscellaneous, yes. So you make allowances for those ones. So you can actually put money aside also for unforeseen. It may not be enough, you may have to change everything, but I also did mention that your goals will change, and that's why I said learning from mistakes. So it may change, something will happen, and you just tweak it again and get back on track. It shouldn't set you back. It should just be a new challenge, a new learning to edge you forward. Okay. It's the last one, Tiaeka.
Thank you. So my question is it possible to set a SMART goal that isn't necessarily the best for you? So for example, it's your goal to move out of your parents' house by a certain time, and the way your finances are going, you can definitely afford it. It's all the smart things. But in the same vein, you realize that moving out might in the future cost you more. So long term, it might not be the best move for you. So my question is, how do you make sure that your SMART goals are the best for you? If that makes any sense?
Okay, so then that will come to, one of them was the realistic. Okay, so it's achievable because you have the money to move out. But it means that it didn't check the realistic goal criteria. Your goal is yours. So let it fit your context. Don't take someone's goal and make it yours. Maybe you and your friend decided that we have to move out, and you both have the funds for it. But in your case, something does not check. And so if it does not check, then it actually didn't meet the SMART. Do you get me? Or I didn't get you?
What if in the moment it checks, but then maybe somebody on the outside can see that this isn't going to be the best thing for you long term?
Someone can see that it will not be the best for you long term. Okay, so then that's when you actually also took it means that you took the pains to speak to a professional, or you spoke to a counselor or some other person that gave you a different perspective. And that's why I also say that it can help you to overcome the setback when you speak to someone about it. So it's good that once you set it and you get, maybe the accountability partner can even ask you certain questions. So please, when you are choosing accountability partners, look for level-headed people that can question you, okay? And their questioning is not to put you on the spot or make you feel uncomfortable. It's just to make you look at a different aspect or a different perspective to make sure that this goal fits your context and you would actually meet it. Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to... Okay.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome.
So I've been thinking about your opening statement. That's if you want to be successful, then you have to set goals. And There's this school of thought that if you go by these setting of goals, you become too rigid. You don't live in the now. So imagine, imagine postponing your birthdays every year just because you want to buy iPhone, or you want to buy a car, or you want to save for master's degree, or Christmas pie, and then you have to, be in your room watching television. How do we balance setting goals, all right, to achieve in the future, and then also living in the now to enjoy life as best as possible? Thank you.
I'm sure the budgeting will help you with all of that. But what I would say to that is, yes, you should live in the moment. And the goal setting is not meant to make it rigid. It's meant to give you freedom. And that's what I talk about when I talk about budgeting. Budgeting, a lot of people feel that it makes you feel rigid, but it actually puts the steering wheel in your hands so that you turn it how you wish. If I set my goals well, I'll be able to tell where I can move and be soft, or where I can be hard, and where I can decide that this is a no-go area. I don't want to do that. So last year, for instance, I wanted to do a family trip. I didn't have the money for it. I wanted to do it. And I was thinking of all the fees and all the other things that I needed to do. But I sat down, I was like, really, the memories is invaluable. The kids will keep talking about it forever. You know what? I'll take a loan and I'll do it. I'm not saying go and take a loan and go for vacation. But I had a plan to pay it off within 1 to 2 months. And it wasn't that big because I had some money saved up. It just wasn't enough. So having that goal, I knew where I could push and where I could be soft and where I could be hard. So this is my hard stop. I can't go beyond that. It doesn't mean that it makes me so rigid. Do you get it? So it actually, setting the goals actually puts the reins in your hands to control where you want to go to. And it gives you the focus and the direction. So because I'm doing this for free, I'm going to let you also join me next week for free to talk more about the hacks on ensuring that you set your goals right and you do not miss it. Thank you very much. You can join our community. We call ourselves Pathfinders. We're a group of learners, and all we do is make sure that we grow ourselves personally and we are fit for the future. Thank you very much, Desmond.
Please put your hands together for Miriam. Lovely presentation. So she's taught us how to plan, make smart plans. But I think it's important that we know how to deploy some of the tools that are needed to achieve some of our financial goals. Up next, we have a speaker who's going to teach us some of the tools that we can use, some of the financial products available that we can, rely on to get to this point. Our next speaker, is a detail-oriented finance professional with a proven track record of dynamic leadership and remarkable achievements in investment management sector. He currently leads the client coverage team at Stanbic Investment Management Services with nearly a decade of experience. Over the years, he has risen through the ranks and served in various capacities, including as an analyst, operations and fund management, pensions analyst, and head of client services for the same organization. He graduated from the University of Ghana Business School and studied business administration, accounting option. I have to take my time for this one. He's a multiple paper prize award-winning chartered accountant with the ACCA UK and a member of the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investments UK. He also holds a certificate from the Ghana Stock Exchange Securities course. His dedication extends his professional sphere and is deeply committed to community development and empowerment, as evidenced by his work with the African Union's Women, Gender, and Youth Division, where he has participated in and facilitated numerous initiatives, including the development of a women's financial inclusion course to benefit women across the African continent. Furthermore, his unwavering commitment to financial literacy is a core part of his professional identity. Having constantly championed financial literacy and coached aspiring finance professionals, he has facilitated financial literacy sessions across different African countries. He engages his audience mainly through his social media platforms, speaking at conferences and on TV, and has published his thoughts and articles on investment and other thematic personal financial areas. By now, you probably know who I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our conference host, Mr. Desmond Bredo.
All right. In fact, I wrote my own thing, but it's still... it was like, hey, this guy used to know. No. Anyway, but again, before I start again, I want to thank everybody for showing up. You guys, you've blown my mind. I was telling the people who came earlier that I was really, really nervous. And now we have over 120 people here. That's unbelievable. Thank you so much. So I'll be talking to you about investment. Like George said, this is for only what? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Investment. How many of us are still interested in investment? Can I see by hand? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. It means we still have friends here. I think in October of last year or two, we didn't have any friends. If you say investment, you'll be like, if I slap you right now. Yeah, so I'm happy that we are all here. And yeah, but for me, I always want to start my presentation from this angle where I say that many of us always use these two words interchangeably, savings and investment. And for me, once we have that understanding of what savings is and what investment is, we can have a more meaningful conversation. Because if I ask somebody, oh, do you have investment? So, oh, yeah, I have 10,000 in my bank account. Like, bro, it's not investment. You're just saving. And many of us are in the same soup. So I want to say that when you talk about savings, okay, it's when you put money aside, either for expenses or just for future use. So I can put 1,000 cedis in my Momo account, 2,000 cedis under my bed, and I'll give 1,000 cedis to my mother to keep for me, which they will never give back to you anyways. But I've saved money, right? Also, I'm sure Mimi and Sarah will talk about budgeting, but if I plan to spend 10 cedis every single day, and I choose to spend only 7 cedis in a given day, I have effectively saved the 3 cedis. I have not spent it, which we call delayed consumption or delayed gratification. Again, Mimi and Co would speak on it into details. But for me, when you talk about investment, it's where we are actually deliberate in buying assets or securities where we expect a return. And for many of us, when you think of investment, all we think about is financial investment. You yourself, you are an investment. And Miriam spoke about the goals you have for yourself. Think of it this way. If your health is not an investment for you, you end up dipping into your investment to pay for the health. So anything you think of at all can be investment for you. But in this context, and for this program, we're limited to just some financial and non-financial investment. Now, I always say that you save to invest. Once you've saved the money, you have to then invest the money. But you need to have, you need to optimize the ability to save or your probability to save. How many of us, when we get money, we realize that, where did this money go to? Any witnesses here? Oh, wow, you have a cloud of witnesses here. Wonderful. Now, this is why it happened. When we take our income, we start spending. But the right thing should be that when you take your income, you should start taking out your savings and investments first before you think of expenses. This formula is very simple, but it has helped me so much. Once I get my 1,000 cedis income, immediately, I treat it as my tithe. My tithe is gone. I mean, my investment tithe is gone. I hope you get what I mean. It's important that once you, because if you're not careful, you end up making your income being equal to your expenditure. So even if it's 5 CDs or 10 CDs I can do consistently, I know that is my investment, that's my savings. Then how do you then make room to be able to save? And I think Miriam and Co. for this, Miriam has spoken about accountability partner. I just spoke about paying yourself first. Once you get your income, that should be the first thing you do. Paying yourself first. Now think of it this way. If you get your salary and you pay electricity, you pay water bill, you pay your children's school fees, what you've become is what we call an income redistribution center. So your income has come and redistribute. You are made for that. Pass and move, pass and move, pass and move. What are you paying yourself with? I hope I'm teaching somebody, right? You need to immediately pay yourself first. And that's why I'm saying that for me, that is my biggest hack. Once I get my money, it's gone. That money is gone. Then I also say downsizing. Some of us, we do 1-1-1. Sometimes 2-2-1. You know what I mean, right? We eat breakfast, then snack, then lunch, then 11 cents lunch. Then we do something before dinner. Downsize kakra. So 1-1-1 or 1-0-1. Don't do 0-0-0-0-0-0. That is not advice. That is not advice. You die early. And again, track your expenses. I don't want to go into detail because Mimi and Siriam will actually go into further detail when you're talking about the budgeting. But once you do all of these things, then you can have the ability to save and invest. And like I was saying, when it comes to personal finance, there's only 2 things you can do. It's either you are increasing your income or you're reducing your expense, or both, really. Okay, so guess what? I read each and every expectation here. You know when you're signing up, I asked you to write your expectation. And I read each and every one of them. And for me, I could put it into 2 things. Some people wanted to know about investment options, and some people were confused whether they are making the right choices. How many of you have this question on your mind? Should I still consider investment even in these times? After mark to market, after DDP, George said, if you're not careful, 2027, you have to come back here again, or you have to explain Taya, no evidence. But for me, more importantly, is how do we ensure that if I still want to go into investment, I'm making an informed choice. Should I still consider investment in these times? And I've given you a number of reasons why, for me, I think investment is still critical. It's still very important. Number 1, Miriam spoke about the goals we have. Everybody has goals. Some of us want to retire at 50, 45. Some of us want to retire 78 or 90. If that's your goal, that's up to you. But for many of us, we want to retire early, right? And you can retire early only if you have some income coming in. At retirement, in fact, Senate just would increase their pension to 415 cedis. Even Uber kaya, right? So you need to have some extra money coming in, and that's where investment comes into play. Again, if I keep money under my bed, in 10 years' time, it is still the same 100 cedis that will be under the bed. No interest. When you invest your money, again, I'm not just talking about financial investment, both financial and non-financial investment. You could get a return. Again, I use the word could. You could get a return. Number 3, inflation, and George spoke about it. Inflation is tax on us. So inflation is a serious tax. It just takes your money. Think of it. In November 2021, if you bought something for 100 cedis, as of 2022, inflation was 54%. 2023, 23%. Over that period, for something you bought 100 cedis, you need 190 cedis to buy the same thing. 190. Something you bought 100 cedis 2021, now 190 cedis. That's crazy, isn't it? And so if you're not investing, it means you need to cough up the extra 90 cedis. But if you're investing that money, at least you can get some 20 cedis or 40 cedis from the investment, right? And finally, for those who are still looking for options, there's still new options for you, and I'll speak about some examples as we go along. For me, this is the most crucial part. How do I make a smart choice? Or how do I make an informed choice? Number one, you need to ask yourself, why am I investing? What is the purpose? What is the goal? What is the objective? And Miriam spoke about the smart goals we have. For me, my only smart goal here is enjoyment. Right? And I think Idris mentioned it. For every young person, one of the goals you should have is enjoyment. It's not negotiable. NJ Jessica, it's not negotiable. Otherwise, next of kin will eat your money away. Am I speaking to somebody, right? Yeah, so as for enjoyment, dear, it's important. But we shouldn't lose focus on all the other things, like properties we want to acquire, like a car we want to buy, like emergency fund, like travel. It's really important. But I only speak about the enjoyment. That's what I'm here for. I've put here holding to decide. There are times where you don't know what your next steps are. But even in that time, inflation exists. Inflation will not wait for you to finish deciding. Inflation should be eating the money away, right? So even at times where you are not too sure about your next steps, you can find a very liquid fund to put your money into, such that if you make up a choice that, oh, I'm actually going to pursue this girl, that's my investment, then you do that. I'm going to buy this house, then you do that. Like Miriam said, your goals is what? It's personal. If pursuing a particular girl, a particular boy is your goals, that's up to you. But for me, it is about what? Enjoyment. Can somebody say enjoyment? Yeah. You think it's just financial literacy. Enjoyment is also part of financial literacy. Really important. Okay. The next thing is, once I know what I want to do, that's what I want to invest in, align with my risk tolerance. And I always use this example. Any volunteers here? Any volunteers? Just 2 volunteers or 3? Okay, Samuel. Any other volunteer? Okay, yes. Any other volunteer? Yes. 3 boys. No, I want 3 more girls. Okay, so simple question. If I give you an option, right? This is an imaginary coin, right? If you flip it, in fact, if you choose not to flip it, you are guaranteed $1 million. If you don't flip it. But if you flip it and you get the heads, you can win $10 million. Samuel, are you flipping or not flipping? Let me come to Samuel.
Considering my current account balance, I'll not flip. I'm not going to flip it.
Any flipper here? Oh, I see a lot of flippers. When you're in secondary school, you flip the wall. I see. Okay, okay. You want to flip it? Okay.
So basically, it depends on where I am in life. If I can, currently I'll not flip.
Okay, so let me just change the currency. Instead of $1 million, it's 1 million cedis. Who is flipping? Yeah. What if, Samuel, if you don't flip, you are guaranteed 10,000 cedis. If you flip, you can win 1 million cedis. Are you flipping or not flipping? You flip, right? How many of you flip? Can I see by hand? Oh, flippers, I see. You see, all that I've demonstrated is what you call risk tolerance. You were willing to lose 10,000 cedis. When it comes to 1 million cedis, you say, my friend, give me my money, let me go. Even though the money is even imaginary. People are even taking the money already. They're spending it in their mind. If I get $1 million right now, bro, my working will be different. So it is your risk tolerance. If you know that I can't lose 1 cedi in this investment, then I can't lose maybe 2 cedis or 5 cedis. I won't venture into it. Now it comes to 2 things: your willingness and ability. Sometimes the spirit is willing, no, but the body is not. Because sometimes you are willing to take a particular risk, but if you look at your current circumstance, that risk is not for you. So when it comes to investment and your risk tolerance, you need to be willing and able. And you can consider something like, let's say, your time, your net worth, to be able to determine your risk tolerance. Now, I did this presentation some time back, and somebody said, oh, for them, they are very high-risk individuals. When we did the questionnaire, the person was even lower than low risk. It's true. Because when you are the circumstance is put in front of you, make a choice now. Give me my money, let me just go. No flipping. So it's important we understand our risk tolerance. If you understand it, you won't do men's good. I've mentioned names. Come and beat me in my house. I didn't mention any names. Okay. Again, even after understanding your risk tolerance, you need to understand the risk in investment. Whether I like it or not, risk is present in every investment. For me, I say that risk permeates the very fabric of our life. If you are drinking water, it's risk. If you are crossing, in fact, you coming here on this Saturday is risk. You can't run away from risk when it comes to investment. In fact, when you choose to put money under your bed as your investment, in quote, there's risk. Rats can say hello to you. If you have children, you have seen videos of children chewing money. Have you seen those kind of videos where children are chewing the money as if it is bread? You can have armed robbers, even coming to attack your home, right? It is a risk with what you want to do with your money. If you tell me that, Desmond, I don't want to put my money in any financial asset, so I want to do a business. What if the container you're from China, the ship capsizes? So everything you want to do, just know that there's risk involved. Now, when it comes to investment, there are two types of risk. There are those risks that, whether you like it or not, it will affect you, which we call systematic risk. You can't say that, for me, I'm a lawyer by profession. Sorry. So my inflation is 10%. Me, I'm a man of God, it's 1%. If inflation is 23%, whether you're a teacher, banker, or even whether you are even the finance professor itself, it is 23%. But the other risk, where, in fact, when this COVID can also be like something systematic risk. It affects everybody. But think about it this way. Even if you're a farmer and you are into maize farming and somebody is into cocoa farming, the pests are different, right? In fact, all of you could even be in the same classroom, but your learning abilities are different. We call those kind of risks that doesn't affect everybody unsystematic. And for those ones, in finance, again, we don't want to go into deep details, but it can be reduced through diversification. What do I mean? Putting your eggs in multiple baskets. Eggs that do not correlate, baskets that do not correlate. If you come to finance class, I'm sure I'll teach you that. But as for now, just take it like, if you have a bit of example purposes, purposes, T-bills kakra, government bonds kakra, business kakra, FS kakra, like different things. Like, I hope you get what I mean. Have multiple things you're doing with your money. And that sort of reduces your unsystematic risk through diversification. So, for example, in Ghana, what we used to do, I'm sorry to use this example. In fact, I'm not sorry. We put our money in Data Bank M Fund, EDC Fixed Income Fund, Stanbic Income Fund, Alpha Plus Fixed Income Fund, Fidelity Fixed Income Fund, thinking we've diversified, right? So when there's mark to market, Oko Data Bank, Oko SIMS, EDC, wherever you go, they say mark to market, right? That's what we call concentration risk. So you think you've diversified, though, but you've actually kept all your eggs in one basket. So from now on, even if Desmond says, "Oh, bring your money to Sims," don't listen to him. I mean, Desmond, don't listen to him. Bring part of it, not everything. Put your eggs in different baskets. I hope you get what I mean. So I'm going to give you examples, and I put a very big here. It's valid for the only word. Oh, George, thank you very much. So I just want to give you examples of market offerings, but again, you need to situate these in your particular context. Because the kind of person that attacked me at night is not the same person for George. The kind of ghost I have, George is already married, me, I'm not married. The kind of ghost I have is different. He's looking for a kid number what? You are done for the day. So the kind of ghost we have is what? Different. The kind of risk tolerance is what? Also what? Different. So every person should look at it in their what? Specific what? Context. I've given examples here. Money market. Again, Miriam spoke about the goals that you have. Short-term investment. Anything below 12 months. Fixed income. Medium to long term. Things above 12 months. And I've given examples here. If you ask me specific questions about them, I'll answer them. But shares, I'll go into details. Alternatives. So this is what I mean by putting your eggs in multiple what? Baskets. Money market, fixed income, shares, alternatives, and non-financial assets. Don't come and put all your money in just the money market securities. I hope you get what I mean. I see I'm blocking some people who won't take a picture. I won't take a picture if I'm in front of you. Anyways, yes. Okay, let me come back. Yes, come back. There are more examples coming, so don't worry. I know for many of you, the expectations, where to put my money, like, okay, I'll address it for you. So these are examples that you may consider. Okay, so if you're looking for, this is money market options, short term. These are some of the examples you can consider. Either the Islamic cash trust, a fixed deposit, treasury bill, or commercial paper. Now, ordinarily, when you're talking to you about investment, we only tell you about the good side. But for me, now in my slides, it's only risk and downside. The good side, you can find it on your own. It's really important because you need to understand your risk in whatever you are doing so that nobody come and say that, oh, I didn't know about what this risk. Whenever you want to do any investment, your first question should not be, how much am I getting? Returns. And that's the first question everybody asks me, what's the return? Nobody starts with, what is the risk with this investment? From today, let it change. When somebody says that, come and buy Bitcoin, ask the person, what is the risk with that? Before you look at what? The return. Another thing that we always fail to do is that we say that, oh, the higher risk, high return. It is not true. It is not true. The actual statement is, the higher the risk, the higher the expected return. And we've seen in this country that expectations are not the same as reality. I hope you get it. So don't forget the word expected. If you're looking at also foreign currency, because some of you were asking me for foreign currency options, I've put examples here. If you come to us at Stanbic, we have offshore funds that you can put your money into. Please don't just go and chew on this. So make sure it's what? It's with your what? Your specific what? Risk tolerance and your goals that you have for yourself. If you go to IC Securities, they also have a fund that you can put your money in, but that minimum is $100,000. If you go to StanChart, they have $100,000 offshore fund that you can put your money into. If you go to Access Pension, they can manage your wealth for you, $25,000. If you go to Blackstar with 1,000 CDs, or you can also buy into their foreign currency fund. But I've put another big disclaimer there. These are what? Specialized what? Products. In fact, in the offshore market, George mentioned that information drives the prices. Today, it is up. The following day, it's what? So if you don't have, for me, above average risk tolerance, this is not for you. These offshore options are not for you. Because in the foreign market, the markets are what? Efficient. Information drives these prices. But again, these are some options you can consider from Stanbic, IC, StanChart, Access Pension, and Blackstar. For example, the Blackstar focuses on tech or large corporate. Access Pension, like let's say in wealth management. The StanChart one, they invest. You can invest in a mutual fund. IC, it's more like an Africa focused. So their main part they invest in is only Africa. And the Mevod Douglas, they are looking more of a global stock. So from the Amazons to the Teslas to the MasterCards, whatever you name it, they have some in their portfolio. And if you come to us as Stanbic or Sims, you need $2,500 to speak to an investment advisor before you consider any of these options. ETF. Now in Ghana, we have new gold ETF, which tracks the performance of gold. Now, again, this is just an example for you to know about how it operates. But it's important that you know that, I hope you can see the returns. The last one, this is not working. 1 second. Okay, good. You can see the volatility. Sometimes it's high, sometimes what? It's down. So last year, it returned only what? 0.32%. The year before was what? 101. If you came to 22, you're like, oh, the thing is 100%. Last year, you get only what? Even less than 1%. It's tricky, eh? You think, But look at inflation over the past. So this is 5 years, over the past 3 years, last 2 years, and last year, where inflation is. It should give you a guide of what you should be putting your money into, because inflation takes the value of your money away. I think 2 weeks ago, I did spaces on shares. And so I wanted to show you that if you are also considering something long-term, shares are a good option for you. But you need to understand that shares are long-term, and the shares are also volatile. So I picked the top 5 performance for last year, top 5, those who did really well, and say that, okay, let me show you the past 2 years, how they also performed, so that you don't just look at the good side, knowing that they could also be what? Bad side. So for example, Ben Soy Palm Plantation, last year they what? 230%. That's crazy, right? The year before they what? Only what? 15%. Now let's go to something like, say, Total. 2022, negative 20%. The last year they did what? 125%. If you follow this and go and do next year, probably you only get another negative 20%. MTN, again, 2021, 73%. That's quite impressive, right? 2022, negative 20%. So if you saw this performance and you went in and you saw that, oh, the 2022, negative 20%, you come and beat Desmond. But that's not it. It's because the shares did not align with what you wanted to do. Real estate. Everybody is saying, I want to go into real estate. Or there's no people who want to go to real estate here. Now, I want to buy land. Everybody wants to buy land. If you want to go into real estate, consider the market. Is it the right time? George just mentioned about China's impact on us. Location and neighborhood. Somebody bought a nice property. The following 2 weeks, they saw squatters around. The value has diminished. You can have a nice property in Dokochwa. Can have a nice property in Amasaman. Can have a nice property in East Legon Hills, which is not East Legon. Santo. And you can have a property at Cantonment. It's the same property, but the prices are what? In fact, it's the same person who built it, the same design, but because of the neighborhood. This neighborhood, though, East Legon Hills is not part. That one is not part. Seller's time frame. Sometimes people they want to just cash out and go, so you can get some good deals. If you are going to real estate, you need to have a long-term perspective. If you're looking at just buying and selling, you may be forced to sell at a lower price. It's really important that you have a longer time frame when you look at real estate, because it's really important as well. I won't spend much time because William will speak on starting a business, but it's one of the things that if you're looking for investment opportunities, you should consider starting a business as well. And like Miriam mentioned, from now on, I'll be charging for my speaking, because that's my business. If I come and speak to your organization, I'll charge you for it. So that'll be my business going forward. But think of ways you can create value or solve problems. And that is what the business is about. And William will speak on all of these things. Now, if you have all the investments that you want to do, for me, these are the pillars or the thing that you underscore what you want to do. Number 1, and I've spoken about this already, please don't put all your eggs in what? Don't put all your eggs in what? Really important. Number 2, consider safety over high, unsustainable what? Returns. Somebody say, 10% per month. A year is what? 120%. Ask yourself, what are they putting their money into to give you 120%? Which businessman is very generous like that? Which businessman? Absolutely none. So if it is too good to be true, It's probably not true. Conduct proper due diligence. Are they licensed? Who are the directors? Like, you need to ask questions. Don't. Your first question should be return. So, your first question should be what about the what? The risk. And in these times, this year, consider liquidity, things that can get you some money easily. Because George mentioned that this year will be hard. So if you need to turn yourself quickly, and if you locked all your money in real estate, wahala for you. You said the cement. The next thing is monitor. And for me, this speaks to financial literacy. Be informed. Be informed, be informed, be informed. Really important. Monitor the news. Sometimes, how many of us switch the channel when it's business news? Plenty of us, we switch the channel. Oh, the finance is too much, bro. I don't understand anything. At least listen to it and ask somebody about it. But even your portfolio as well, you need to monitor how the portfolio is performing. Okay, maybe this time is not the time for buy shares. Maybe this is not the time to buy equity or let's say fixed income. Monitor and what? Rebalance according to the goals you have for yourself. Really important. When do I start? Let me play the graphic again. It's really nice for me. I did this one myself, so yes. And I'm a semi-feminist, so I put the woman as Ajua, who is much more wiser than Kwesi. And Kwesi is me, myself, so nobody can come and beat me. So when should you start investment? For me, the very first time you make your first CD, you start thinking of investment. Now, let's consider two people, Ajua and not Desmond, but Kwesi. Two of them decided to do 100 CDs every single month for 10 years. But Ajua is really wise, so started from the day one. Kwesi decides to wait for 5 years. And instead of doing 100 CDs, he says, oh, let me also do 200 CDs to catch up quickly. By the end of the 10th year, both of them would have invested 12,000 CDs. But Ajua's money would have grown from 12,000 to what? 27,000. I'm using 15% compounded interest. Kwesi, on the other hand, his money would have grown from 12,000 to what? 17,000. In fact, matter of fact, in finance, if I put my money in an investment 1st January and you put your money in 31st January, our returns are not the same. Because I'm starting from day one. My day count is 365. Your day count is 330 days. So the earlier you start, the what? The better. And look at it. They both invested 12,000, but look at the gap. Almost 10,000 difference. So it's important you start early. And this is the Chinese proverb. The best time was 20 years ago. The next best time is what? Today. Now. Today Saturday, so you can't open an account, so let's say Monday. Okay. Operation 1 million. Don't beat me on this one, no. The 1 million, its value is another thing. But I'm just talking about in terms of the amount, 1 million. If you want to, and this graph speaks to how long you want to, or how short you want to get there. Let's say you want to retire at, say, by 60 years, for instance. And you want, by retirement, you want to get 1 million CDs in your retirement account. If you wait till you're 54 years old, every month you need to put aside 10,000 CDs to meet that 1 million CDs goal that you have. If you are 28, if you're 28, no, let's say if you're 32, right, and you have 28 more years to retirement, how much do you need? Only 200 CDs every month to get your 1 million. All I'm saying is that the longer you wait, the more difficult it is to get your retirement goals. So you better start what? Think about it. And Prince mentioned that for some of us, when they gave birth to us now, the first they created an account for us. For us, we need only 1 CD every day. If you're not like that, please start quickly. Maybe yours is the 10 CDs. Don't wait till you get to the 5,000 and 10,000 zone. It becomes more difficult. Maybe that time, you're almost retirement. Maybe health costs, children. You can't meet those targets. So the best time is to what? Now. So to conclude, I've said that investment is still relevant even in these times. If not for anything at all, inflation still persists. You need to protect your money against inflation. Number two, and I can't speak about this enough, you need to understand the risk with the investment. Not the what, not the return. It's what? The risk. Once you understand the risk, are you then willing and able to take on that risk? Super important. Perform what? Proper what? Sorry, I didn't put the word proper, but it's supposed to be proper due diligence. Not just ask one question and just go on. Interrogate, like FBI. Ask proper what questions. Then the next time is what? The best time is what? Thank you very much.
Wow. Okay, so I believe some of you have some questions. We have 10 minutes to take questions. That means 3, tops 4 questions. So let's go. 1.
Hey.
2.
Let them ask.
Okay.
Every time it's up, we
Okay.
just
All right,
break
let's
and
go.
come back. Because after that, we also have another question session. Yes.
Hi, Desmond.
Hi.
Okay, so you see the part that you mentioned about Kwesi and Ajwa. Yes. If you have money in your account,
Yeah.
let's say you have 10,000, and then you decide to take out money from the account,
Yes.
and then you pay yourself back because maybe you know that in a few months you get more money to
Yeah.
pay yourself back. Can't you still catch up in terms of like maybe you add the returns that you would have gotten and everything just to catch up with the person that is probably ahead of you now?
So you can catch up, but I think you have to do what? Extra. Like I said, and that's why I gave the example of, even if we are doing the same thing, and I start on the day 1, and you start the following day, I'm ahead of you. So if you're using compounding frequency, the days are really important. So you need to understand that if I want to take part of my money out, I probably, instead of doing 100 cedi every month, I probably have to do what? 150 to catch up with Ajwa. Does it make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I would like to ask a very specific question.
Okay.
In relation to the real estate investment trust.
Okay.
You mentioned of. I want to ask, why is it that? Okay, the only one I know of
Republic
currently, I stand to be corrected, is Republic Investment. Why is it that the other banks are not creating funds out of that? And for them, I read the report, and they are facing this, land issue, litigation, and all those things. But I want to ask your honest opinion. Why is it that people are not doing that?
So, Judge, can I say it? Okay. Are you sure I can say it? So very soon, Sims will be rolling out something like that, right? So that's privileged information. Don't let anybody know, since you are here. But that notwithstanding, our country, somebody will sell land to you, and before you are done registering, they've sold it to like 15 people. So if you look at the structure of the Republic, a lot of the portfolio even goes into security rather than the actual land, rental income, and stuff like that. Because, especially in Accra, if you're not careful, you'll be Accra'd. Like, they will Accra you in this Accra. So, first off, again, maybe also in terms of the expertise, we not to manage and value these properties, we don't have so much in abundance. So, I'm sure that's why it's limiting us developing some of these products across the market. But I can tell you that as for Sims, very soon you see, in fact, we even have, can I say that one too? Okay, it's not sure, so I'll say that. Yes, so we'll have more funds coming up that even do not correlate with the traditional asset class coming up. So be rest assured that the market is learning. And from the DDP and everything, you realize that we need to start developing products even faster. Because if you're not careful, everything will go back into what? Government again. And 2027, we'll come back and say that start a year right again from scratch. Okay, I hope I answered you some way, somehow. Thank you. There's a question here then.
Thank you. I was on your X Space
Yes.
about 2 weeks ago when one of your speakers was talking about the
Shares.
shares. He gave steps to which you can open an account.
Yes.
My network wasn't good, so I didn't hear that part. So I want to, if you can help me with that. And secondly, trading in shares you need a lot of information. You need to understand certain things. I try to get this information, but it's easy for me to get information in countries like UK and US about their stock market than in Ghana. So I wanted to know where I can get this kind of information.
So you are right in saying that our market is not really that efficient, right? In fact, information, sometimes you have to go and fish it out from the GSC website and all those things. So you have to be really deliberate. Now, if you have a broker, and I'll come to the steps, they can give you the information. In fact, they are required to give you the information on a regular basis. So the steps are, first, understand the why you want to buy the shares. I'm not talking about opening an account. Understand why. If it aligns, then you see, okay, what kind of shares, what is my purpose? Is it for dividends? Is it for capital gains? Because there are some shares that pay dividends, the interest that you get, and there are some shares that do not pay dividends. You understand? Now, once you are setting on that, there are so many brokerage firms. If you want to come to us as Stanbic, we'll accept you, but there are other firms as well. They will help you create a CSD account. Then maybe either through your advice or through their advice, they can recommend some stocks for you to buy based on the goals you shared with them, whether you want dividend-paying stocks or you want shares that probably has the potential of upside in terms of capital gains, and then they can advise you accordingly. So just follow those steps and I'm sure you'll be fine. Yeah. If you have any questions, you can always let me know about that.
Hi, Desmond.
Sorry, 1 second. She wants to add something. Yes.
Yes, hi. So you also have the option, Desmond talked about mutual funds. There are different types. So you also have the option of mutual funds that actually invest in shares, right? So we have equity funds. So that if you're uncertain as to which particular stock to buy, again, once you have identified your why for wanting to do the investment in the first place, but you are uncertain, you can, as you said, you don't have the information, but there are experts who actually manage these funds. They select the types of stocks to put into the fund. So you can actually also speak to these experts, and then you can buy into an equity fund to also meet that need. Thank you.
Please, round of applause for her. You should come and speak again, but you... Yes.
Hi, Desmond.
Hi.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you for
I
coming.
was also on the X space, so I heard quite a lot about the shares. I would want to ask specifically about a platform I saw after after listening to the space. It's called Bamboo.
Yes.
And I heard it's come to Ghana, and
Yes.
then there's been an arrangement with the SEC and all that. I don't know if you can speak.
For now, I can't speak about
Okay.
it. So let's maybe take it offline and we speak about it.
All right, that's fine.
Yes.
And then secondly, for first-time investor, hearing about brokering and all that, like having a broker and all that, I don't know if, in very simple terms, you can state how much, if I'm a salary earner, a monthly salary earner, and I have like a broker who's helping me doing investments, how much I would have to dole out to such a person and see if like I can be able to afford, if you can speak to that too. And then the second one is just a suggestion. I don't know if you can put the slides online, or maybe you can share it so that we'll see your nice animations. Thank you.
So I'll start with the second one because it's really important. And we discussed it initially that we won't put the slides online. Go to my YouTube channel and go and read it from there. but yes, we'll look at those options as well. But in terms of how much you want to invest, every share has its own price. So if you want to go into MTN, it's around 1.7, 1.5 thereabout, and you want to buy, say, 100 shares, then you multiply the share price by how many you want to buy, the quantity. Then there's also some small fees you need to pay brokers, which is it's really, really tiny. Really, really tiny fees. So about 2.5% in total, highest 2.5% in total. So say it's 100 CDs, you probably pay an extra 2 CD fee, 50 pesos in addition. So that is all that you need to start investing. And like I was saying, with as little as 50 CDs, you can also start investing in an equity fund. You understand? So you don't need so much money to start investing in shares. If you want to go directly, just understand the shares you want to do. That's all. Yes. This one.
Okay, so just a moment. So it's 11:57 now, and in 3 minutes we'll be going off TV. So we want to formally conclude for our good friends who are watching all over the world and on TV, so we can conclude with that. We'll take one or two more questions and then we'll go on break. So thank you to all our viewers who are watching from every part of the country. Desmond, our speakers, and everybody who's here, I appreciate you. And if you want to catch the rest, please be with us in person next year. And we really appreciate you. Appreciation to the MX24 team that's made it possible. But note, we are not leaving you alone. So we have the blessing of the internet through which you can still join us. So you are still on YouTube on Desmond Bedu's channel. And then on X, we are on MX24GH channel, so you can still join us. But we'll still need to see you in person next year. Thank you very much for joining us. Oh, yeah, we are doing this year again. Super. Look, we are poised for the year. It's going to be a powerful year. Put your hands together for yourselves, and thank you. Great. So we'll take his follow-up question, and we'll continue with the programming. Right.
Thank you very much.
Just a quick one. There was a time investment was a thing that I was looking to, like you were saying. The best time was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. Yes. One thing I find a little bit off, which again I'm saying it with a little bit of context because you need to put commitment to it, is what you want. But then oftentimes you find out that someone wants you to do investment and is always, oh, okay, Brian Casa. But then you are someone who every day you are going out to go and find the money that you come and use to do the investment. But every day you are out there, buy. You don't even have the time to go and sit with this broker to have you go through. In such situations, what do you do?
Okay.
And has the process even from that time that's like about 3 or 4? Maybe you are in the space. Has the process been made more streamlined now that maybe you can say, okay, Charlie, the thing we say, I just get 1,000 CDs. What's make a do plus some? quick, then we could go on away.
I mean, in terms of streamlining process, I'm sure that most of the firms now have online access where you can use to open accounts. But for me, more importantly, I think you need to take time to actually understand, not just, just do it for me, because when issues come, and issues have risen before, and we're like, I didn't even know that you were buying T-bills for me. I had no idea. I just knew that I'm giving money to X company. Please, just take time this time around. I didn't know I was buying MTN shares. I was buying this thing. Ask yourself. Ask the person, what kind of thing are you buying for me? So if those times you used to do that, I beg, let's change our ways this time. Let's take time to actually ask them the questions before we do that. And please be financially curious, financially literate. Don't just rely on the expect alone. Read about it. Because
details of whatever it is they're actually buying with the money you deposit with them. So just make time and read these so you are informed about what you're investing in. We have another question over here, but also by way of information, since we are still streaming, please, when you have to ask a question, kindly rise if you can, so the cameras can capture you and the world sees your smile.
Hi, thank you very much. My question quickly is, so a lot of the conversations that have gone on have been on regular income, so salaried where you are, contributing every month or you're investing on a monthly basis. Yes. What advice would you give to those who do not have a regular income? And in that case, it's really like volatile. It comes and goes, and it's also not consistent in terms of the figures. Yeah. So what advice would you give for people like that?
First advice, listen to Mimi and Siriam in the next presentation. That's the first advice, free advice. You don't pay for that. The second one is that we have something we call bare bones budgeting, and I'm sure Mimi and Siriam will speak about it. So, number 2, listen to them again, right? And I'm sure they'll speak about that. So let me not just take them out of their sales. They'll speak about that in terms of bare bones budgeting, what you should do in that instance. I can speak to it, but let me just give it to them for them to answer. So what we usually do is that we have, let's say, over the past 6 months, what has been your worst income, for example? Can you use that as your bare bones or your worst case scenario to use that to budget for your money? Then you can then use, okay, if it's 500 cedis, can I only put 5 cedis aside as my investment? And for me, like I was saying, it's about the consistency. If it's 5 cedis I can do every month, I'm rest assured I'm doing that 5 cedis. You understand? So, again, Mimi and Sarah will handle that into details. So stick and stay with us. Okay. Before he speaks, this guy speaks, just so you know that I stole the whole idea of having an in-person meeting from him. Daniel, Ayi, and then if they can see you, please, can you give a round of applause? And also, he put me on African Union. In fact, he did introductions for African Union for me to start working with them. So again, Daniel Ayi, thank you so much.
I'll get to you. Good afternoon to every. Oh, it's still morning. Okay, good. It's afternoon now.
Yes, afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Desmond, congratulations. I've been waiting for this day. So really great congratulations to you, and thank you all for coming. I want to scope my question under a continental banner. I know you worked on the African Union project, the Financial Inclusion Project, $100 million fund. And you were a key player in that project. Really, Desmond was really a key player in that project. And we are getting some great commitments, MasterCard, and some other great commitments to realize that amount of money. Now, I want you to bring that perspective into this room, right? Currently, less than 30% of Africans have financial literacy skills as compared to Denmark, which is 71% currently. Now, how do, in your opinion, right, and based on your experience and the work that you've done, how do we take practically what we are gathering from here into the other spaces that we find ourselves in? Because in this room, I mean, we are wonderful people. We are gaining very insightful perspectives for free. People are paying thousands of dollars to listen to what the speakers are sharing here. Now, how do we take it from here? Because the gap is really huge. 30% is very, very small. So, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
I knew you asked a question about African Union, broader perspective. That's why I said what I said. But anyways, just to bring a bit of context as well, how many of us grew up with our parents teaching us about money? Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of like 130 people. Some of us, when they see you with Susu box, you stole their money. For me, it starts from home, where we talk to our parents, we talk to our siblings, we talk to our kids about financial literacy. Because Denmark, they have it in a curriculum where between 14 and 17-year-olds actually have to study that. Unfortunately, we don't have that in our country. Maybe some few years to come we'll have that. And I'm sure through the African Union, we are working on making that happen. But in our own small ways, whatever you learned from today, and that's why we encourage people to tweet about it. Maybe the people are following, I'm not the same people what I'm following. But by sharing what you've learned, somebody also can become more financially literate. And also, your next person, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your auntie, your rich uncle, speak to them about financial literacy. And most importantly, let's start from the home. Because if you don't do that, in fact, you can do all the conferences we can, but it will never materialize, all right? So please, let's start from today. Speak to the next person about financial literacy. Speak to your next person about finance and see where we'll take our continent to. Daniel. Okay, Mimi, please. Mimi, come. Yes.
Yes, and so I also wanted to address the issue of driving behavioral change, which is what I think you're asking as well. Because most of the time, I'm sure everybody here has heard some of the things, but they went home and did nothing. So how do we drive behavioral change? So last year, my partner and I decided to have an accountability program. So we took some ladies, we thought it was just going to be perfect.
that by the end of 2024, these ladies would have killed the goals. We started, everybody was excited. Now you ask, calling the person is not picking. Hey! Weren't you the one who said 2024? What were some of the 2023? Where were some of the themes? I think somebody overflow and all that. But what we did realize was that those who set the goals and put in place a system, so when they set the goals, they put in place a direct debit. Even though life happened and they didn't pick our calls, when we called them in December, they had still achieved the goal. So it's not just about knowing, but you set the goal and you put in place a system. Because human as we are, things happen. You put in place a system to help you win. Otherwise, forget it.
System. Any further questions? I thought there were some questions.
I think we'll have to wrap up with the questions.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Please,
So this is what we are going to do.
Okay.
At the end of all the presentations, we'll have like a panel type, not discussion per se, where you just ask your questions and they answer. So there's going to be questions running from the very first presentation to the end. One producer has asked me to make an exception, so I'll take this one question. I think there was a hand up here.
Esther, yes.
Yes, so we'll take this one question and then we are done.
Yeah, I wanted to understand the difference between investment and insurance.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So insurance is very different from what? Investment. Even though sometimes we have insurance that embeds what? Investment. The purpose of insurance is just to restore you to your former what? Position. Insurance is not meant to make you better off. And that's why if your car is damaged, you don't know that I'm buying you a brand new car. They say, let's go and what? Repair the car. So for me, when it comes to personal finance, I'm sure one of the things we speak about next time is personal finances. And insurance plays a critical role. Even as a finance professional, when I'm paying my insurance this thing, I get upset. Because it's money that keeps what? Going out. It's annoying. But I know the benefit such that if somebody hits my car, I don't have to dip into my investment to pay for that damage. I have a funeral policy knowing that definitely the unexpected or expected will happen, such that I don't have to dip into my finances to take care of it when it happens. So for everybody, insurance is a must-have. Aside your what? Your investment. But trust me that when paying for insurance, it's really annoying. So you need to psych yourself up that I'll see my money go, get no returns, but I know that if something happens to me or happens to my car or happens to my house, I don't have to dip into my personal savings. For me, it's just enough to keep going. And thankfully, insurance in Ghana is not that expensive. In fact, the one I have, the life policy, it covers myself, my mom, my dad, my sister, 257 cedis every month. Some are slow house insurance, 68 cedis. It's really, really low. But yes, you need to do shopping, in quotes. Ask insurance A, insurance B, insurance C, and read the fine print. Sometimes, insurance will say that they're covering only 90%. Sometimes you can even buy the extra 10% in addition. So just read the fine print so that you say, oh, the insurance, they've robbed me. Mostly, we don't read the fine print and you say, oh, the insurance have duped you. No. Read the fine print and I'm sure you'll be fine as well. But insurance is different from investment. You need to have both as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Desmond. Please put your hands together for Desmond. Okay. So we've had 2 presentations so far. 3, yes, you're right. Yes, 1, 2, 3 presentations so far. There's one presentation everybody has alluded to in the course of the program, and I know you are definitely looking forward to those 2 ladies who would come and give you that amazing workshop. And really, you should look forward to it. If you don't have like a notebook, an iPad, tablet, or something to take notes, you should, because it's going to assume a whole workshop-style session after our tea break. So yes, we're going to have a tea break very soon, and we'll do it in an orderly manner, right? So we have, yes, we have the ushers who will guide us. Just to give you a general overview of how that will run, we'll have our speakers go first, and then we'll take it from this column and then after. So we just we have a very small exit, so please let's just work with them. There's enough for everybody, so everybody will be fine. There was a question that alluded to people who are not regular income earners. Yes. So we have a session for entrepreneurs, businessmen, rappers. Yes, I mean, more of your gigs are in December, but you get money that will run you through the end of the year. If you're not careful, you blow all of it in January, right? So William has got you, but we'll have our speaker come by and speak to everybody along those lines as well. So why did you laugh when I said rappers? What if I'm a rapper? You just killed my career. Anyway, so just to remind you, we're strongly supported by MX24G8. They ran this live on TV and also helping with streaming on YouTube through Desmond Bedu's account, and then on X on MX24G8's account as well. I think we'll take our break now and we'll come back soon. Appreciation to Stanbic Bank as well for giving us this space to have this program. Thank you very much. Please, let's use this opportunity to network, get to know somebody. You may have some good business deals that will bring you a lot of money so you can invest in some of the things Desmond talked about. If weddings will come out of it too. Is this the point where I remind you that I'm an MC? Okay. All right. So we'll have speakers step out, yes, and we'll do it gradually. Thank you very much.
So that you can increase graph, but this thing can be sometimes. Jumbo Spaces. You came for food and cocktails. Oh, Chai, thanks for showing up. I mean, there were a lot of people, so thank you. Your name? Ofwe? I actually forgot your name because I have a friend called Ofwe. Oh, Zion. So you attended? Yeah, I saw attended. Me and Zion, we met this morning, like just this morning. Me and Zion and Chloe, they were my mates. We did CS together, same class.
Hello. Please, I want to do a quick arrangement. Those of you here, you are fine. I beg you, those on the far side, kindly move your seats a bit to the wall. Don't let it touch the wall, but just create some space that somebody can walk there. And then those in here, if you can also shift yourself a bit. There are some outside that we want to give space to come in. We don't want anyone to be left in there. We played with you. Okay.
Oh, for this one, I think there are some people who've left. If you can confirm that there's a vacant seat around because the person has left, just let us know so we can let those who are outside come in. We want everybody seated before we officially resume the program. Yeah. That's if you know for sure, right? If you're not sure, no worries. We just want to avoid. Okay, so I think there are 2 seats here. We have 2 seats here, yeah, so you can get. So we'll have Mimi and Sarah, yeah. Media team, kindly give me a sign if you're ready to go. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second half of the program. So far, we've got a general outlook of what the economy is. We've been told about how to plan for the year, and Desmond has taken us through a number of products that we can consider in the journey towards financial independence, and even as we navigate some of the investment products available to us. Welcome back once again. We are your MCs. My name is Prince Dagadu.
And my name is Aiju Simbia.
Great. So in the ensuing sessions, we're going to assume a bit of a more workshop style to things, right? Where we're going to get more in-depth with the contents that we're going to be consuming. We saw our previous speakers build up to this moment, right? So we are all fired up and ready for it. Up next, we would have 2 speakers who jointly will be taking us through effective personal budgeting. We'll take you through their profiles in a bit.
Just a reminder, if you haven't shared the link, you have to remember to do that. We're still live on YouTube. Put it on your WhatsApp status. Let everybody know what's going on.
Yeah, and that's important because you'd realize that while going for the break, I mean, you are having your juice. We're not sure about those who are watching on YouTube, right? You need to call them to come back so they can join and participate in these sessions. So our next co-speaker is a financial inclusion advocate, leveraging about a decade of experience in Ghana's investment industry. Working as investment manager with Temple Investments Limited, a leading investment advisory firm, she channeled her energy towards fostering financial independence, particularly among young women. She's the founder of Investment Friend, a dynamic online financial literacy platform committed to building a community of financially empowered individuals through engaging financial literacy content, personalized coaching, classes, and events. Additionally, she's a co-founder and product lead of Bethniel Finance Technology, a fintech startup that manages and owns the Bethnal Finance app, the Everything Personal Finance app. She's currently playing a pivotal role in the design of an access to finance program targeting financial inclusion for young people along the agricultural value chain under the auspices of the MasterCard Foundation. She's a certified financial education instructor with qualifications in data analytics and an MSc in industrial finance and investment from KNUST. Beyond her professional pursuits, she enjoys teaching and is a lover of legal crime and medical drama TV series. Please put your hands together for our co-speaker, Sairam Ofuriata. Please, let's appreciate her.
Our next co-speaker has over a decade of experience in the finance industry. She's a seasoned financial advisor, and an advocate.
No, but professor actually works.
It's coming. I think it's a prophecy.
For those of us who know her, she is a professor, so yeah.
And an advocate for financial literacy. Her unwavering belief in the potential of every individual to attain financial freedom, given the right knowledge and skill set, has been the driving force behind her dedicated pursuit of financial literacy agenda over the past 5 years. She currently serves as the Business Development Manager at Fidelity Securities Limited, a subsidiary of Fidelity Bank. Prior to this position, she held a position of the team lead for the Education and Advisory Department at Access Pension Trust. Her journey in Access involved pivotal roles, starting as pensions advisor and later advancing to the position of branch manager, overseeing sales operations in Greater Accra, Volta, and the Eastern region. Beyond her corporate responsibilities, she's the co-founder of an investment friend, a dynamic online financial literacy platform committed to fostering a community of financially empowered individuals. She's also the founder of Money Convos, a platform dedicated to facilitating personal finance conversations. As a mentor of the Central Leadership Program, she actively contributes to nurturing leadership skills among young and aspiring African leaders. Her academic credentials include an MBA from Webster University and a Bachelor of Science degree in Banking and Finance. She's a certified financial education instructor and holds a certificate in financial planning and wealth management from the Corporate Finance Institution. Away from financial education and coaching, she finds solace in watching movies and spending quality time with her family and friends. Our next co-speaker is in the person of Mimi Anane Apia.
Please put your hands together for Mimi as she steps forward to begin the next session.
Hello, everyone. Okay. So, like was said, I'm Mimi and my colleague Sairam, and we are coming from investment friends. We'll be talking about effective personal budgeting, and I hope we get to answer some of the questions that came up during the session. It's one thing to have the nice goals. Some of us have bought these nice pink, I like pink, so pink journals, written all sorts of things in it. 2024 is going down, we know it. But beyond that, you haven't sat down to think about how do I manage my money, or how do I use my money as a vehicle to help me achieve this. The truth is that it all starts with budgeting. If you have all those beautiful plans, but your spending habits say something different, trust me, we are going to come in 2024 and you say, oh, at least, you know, those excuses. You know that Instagram post where maybe 200,000, then you cancel the zeros and leave 20 CDs. Yeah. So basically, we want you to win this year. So we'll be taking you through how you can have a winning budget. Okay. Okay, so before, it's going to be a lot of questions and answers. And let's be honest, don't lie to me, please. Okay. Okay, so you earn your income, what's next? Payday is today. your income has dropped. What do you do?
Honestly, I don't have plans.
So, yeah, you don't have plans, but what happens?
It's just vibes. Like whatever comes up, you know.
So whatever comes up, you buy. When it's done, it's done. If you can afford it, you buy. When the money is done, it's done. It looks like it. Okay. Who else? The money drops in your account. I want a lady. Okay. Maybe the ladies have something else. Okay.
I buy the new skincare products I've been seeing on TikTok. So before the money counts, most of the time, being honest, I have an idea of the things I want to get. So when the money comes, so I'll be looking for the Instagram pages I can get it from. When the money comes, then I buy.
Melanin popping. Okay, interesting. Okay, the next question, and this is for all of us to think about. I may not bring the microphone to you, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't answer this question. Does your spending align with your goals? First of all, do you even have goals? Does anyone have goals? The goals to 0. Anyone has goals? Yes, okay. So does your spending align with your goals? When you look at what you spend on and you look at your goals, does it align? It aligns. Sometimes, come see, come ça. Okay, we'll get to know. Okay. The third question, I have plenty questions. Are you controlling your money or is your money controlling you? It's a question. The economy. Are you controlling? Does your money tell you where it should go, or you are telling the money where it should go? Something we also need to think about. Okay. So the reason why we need to think about this is a lot of the time we end the year and we say, oh, we weren't able to achieve so much. But the truth is we bought things, we went places. It just may not have been where if we had sat down to think about it, where we would have ideally, taken that to. Maybe you are saying Dubai 2024, right? But your money is saying, what do you call it? Check. Papaya Village. Because every day you are eating. And when you add all the money, let's say you spend, there are people who spend 100 cedis a day on food. So let's say you 20 days a week, 20 days a month times 12, how much is that? 240, right? Okay, times 100, how much is that? Are you sure it's 2001? 24, that's your Dubai. It's in your stomach. Okay, so by budgeting, you are basically sitting down to look at your money and you decide where it should go. So budgeting is not restricting yourself. You see your friends chilling on the ground, then you are chewing some Gary Soakins. No, that is not what it's meant to be. If your priority is chilling, your budget should align with that chilling. You understand? If your priority is something else, we should see it in your budget. And this also helps you to avoid pressure from friends. Because friends will come, Charlie, there's an event here, Charlie, there's this new issue. But if you know where you are going and you know how you are managing your money, you are less likely to fall into those traps. So what is a budget? I've already given you the answer, but let's see if you were listening. What is a budget? You look like Siriramsu.
Thank you. So, with budgeting, I think the general idea is that it's a plan that controls your spending.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So, budgeting is basically a spending plan. So, I didn't make it complicated so that you get it. Okay. So, like I said, by budgeting, you are deliberately telling your money where it should go instead of wondering where it went. So, for example, I'm sure some of you, it has happened to me before. I put 200 CDs in my purse, and by the time I got home, I I was wondering, what happened? But I bought some cake here, some this year. By the time I got home, it was gone. So rather than just buy anything at all, by sitting down to plan, you are deliberately deciding where the money should go. Now let's look at two situations and let's see who is more likely to live an ideal life. Okay, so we have Tracy. Tracy is 30 years. These are her financial goals. I think they are nicely done. They are smart, right? It looks like it's smart, yeah. So smart financial goals, tick. Tracy is doing well. But let's look at her budget. Okay, so housing, 1,005, food, 1,100 cedis, utilities, 430. I don't know if this is with taxes or without taxes. Transportation, 1,200. Entertainment, 1,000, because she's got to chill. Clothing, 1,050. Tithe, 1,000 cedis. Parents, 500. Savings, she, forget about the 800, sorry. Retirement fund, she puts 100 cedis in there. And her regular savings, 300. So in total, she does 400 Ghana cedis for her savings. But these are her goals. Grow retirement savings to 7 million by 2044, which is in the next 20 years. Hashtag vacation 2024 Europe tour, $2,000. Save 40,000 towards wedding in 2 years. These days, the prices I'm hearing, I don't know what this would afford. Save 20 cedis to start EMBA at UGBS in 2025. Now, looking at her budget, does it look like she'll be able to do these things? Some, okay. Which ones? She'll be able to do, okay, what show she'll be able to do the EMBA?
Because of the price line, the amount.
So you think that she would have some, where's the 20,000 going to come from? 400 cedis, 100 is going to her retirement fund. Sorry, the 800, sorry, it's a mistake. And the regular savings is 300, which she may probably use for her impulse buying or other, you know. Mm-hmm.
Maybe she can have the wedding, but you see, probably be in her family head's living room. They'll just exchange drinks and shake hands after. Yeah.
Okay.
Or court signing, yeah.
So her Kempinski wedding.
Forget about that
Forget her. Oh, child. This is coming from the Regal MC. Okay. How about her retirement fund? Why? Why not? Why won't she be able to achieve it? I saw you shaking your head.
Because the money she's left with, she's not going to be able to achieve that.
100 cedis, 7 million in 2020. Or I think men's gold, maybe she'll be able to achieve it.
Because in the next 20 years, we also don't know
her career. Okay, let me add, all things being equal. Before people start thinking about what if, our minds can go crazy. So what was this basically telling us? Okay, Tracy's budget does not align with her goals. She wants some different things in life, and her budget is also saying something else. Let's look at Ophelia. I think Ophelia is a nice name. Okay, she also earns, gender balance. For next time. Ophe. Okay, so he also earns 8,000 Ghana cedis. 1,002 goes into housing, 800 food, utilities 300, transportation, entertainment 500, clothing and personal care 800, tithe 1,000, parents 500. Office state, savings totals to 2,100, 400 goes into the retirement fund. Travel fund, 700 Ghana cedis. Starting capital for business, 500. Rich uncle fund, 500. Affairs, 29 years old. Okay. The goal is to grow retirement savings to 7.5 million by 2045. Vacation 2025 Dubai 1,500. Save 10,000 towards starting a food business in July 2025. Generate investment income of 5,000 a month by 2034. Does this look like it aligns with her goals? More likely, yes, because GDP can happen, yeah. So more likely, it does align with her goals. You've seen that every goal she has set, she has broken it down. It reflects in her budget. So it's not just a wish, it's something that she's actively working on. Someone will ask me, but there's so much to do, right? But that's why you need to prioritize. Someone spoke about you have a birthday, you have some other things, so which one do you do? You need to sit down and prioritize. Which one is important to you? Would you like to take the pictures in Dubai, or you want to eat the fried rice? You know, decide which one is, because the truth is, if you did economics, they'll say resources are scarce. I know in Christian language, we say the opposite. But sometimes that is the reality, that resources are scarce. So we do need to make choices. We do need to decide, where will my money go? Would it go to A or would it go to B? Which one is more important to me? That's why budgeting is personal. What will work for A will not work for B. So if your friend is spending on something and you are also spending on it, is it what you want, or is it what in Ghana society wants for you? No comments. Okay. So we've said this. I think we can answer this. Tracy or Fabia, who is more likely to achieve their goals? We said Ofer. And then who is more likely to improve their financial well-being? Because it's not just about achieving your desires, right? But also making sure that you are financially healthy. You can see that, in the previous, she had, her retirement fund sorted, rich auntie, uncle fund sorted. So it's likely that in the future, even though they end the same, they would probably be different as time goes along. Ofer will be more wealthy and will probably have a more healthier financial well-being than Tracy. So budgeting deliberately allows you to align your resources with your goals and achieve the financial future you desire. I hope by now you are convinced why you should budget. So we are not saying budget to stay hungry, budget because we are saying budgeting, they are disturbing us. Budget so that you can afford the lifestyle you want for yourself. That's what we are saying. Okay. So the question is, how do we budget? How do we budget? Some of us have been doing all sorts of things. Is it budgeting? Okay. We'll see. So first of all, you need to estimate your income. Okay. This is a tricky one because, especially with the optimist, instead of especially with the optimist, especially if you are an irregular income earner, they'll be over-calculating, what they will get. So I had a colleague who, we all decided to take loans at a particular time, at the time, 15,000. And his was to buy abubuya. So he bought 2 abubuyas. Okay. He had done his calculation. It was a nice calculation. If he asked for people to invest, I would have invested. Very, very nice calculation. Okay, what happened? The 2 were stolen. So let's assume, he was estimating his income, based on the best case scenario. Okay, what will happen? He will probably be owing. Okay, so it's important to estimate your income, but try and be as conservative as possible and use maybe the worst case scenario, because more money is good. But if you plan with more and then you have less, that one, wahala. Okay, now your income is not just your salary, bonuses, investment income, gifts, windfalls, those who have been praying for some uncle to die so that you get his SNIT money, all that is income. Okay, we also spoke about the irregular income earners. Whatever money you receive, it's an income and needs to be planned for. So you estimate that as well. So sometimes with the irregular income earners, you are not sure whether it's 10,000 or 15,000, but you have a base, like this is the minimum. So plan with that. Anything that comes as excess, it can go to other places. Number 2, determine and categorize your expenses. So there are so many expenses that come up, housing, food, just list it. I remember I was doing budgeting for someone, she had listed Saba soap, this is, So after you do all that, categorize them, I think it makes it a bit easier to manage and see, exactly. Okay, so housing, maybe you have rent, you have maintenance, you can put it together, utility, electricity. You can break it down under each, but at least you know what each item entails. Okay, so now that you have your categories, you can organize them into fixed and variable expenses. We also have one-time expenses. You spend that money, you don't spend again. Okay, so sometimes it will reflect in 1 month, it won't reflect in the other month. We also need to look at all those, as well as saving. Saving is some sort of spending, but for like you are setting away money for the future. Okay, so the fixed expenses, these are expenses, they don't really change. So like rent, hopefully you are paying 1,000 every month, not 1,000, 1,500, then I don't know. Maybe you need to report to your landlord. But that is fixed. Then we have variable expenses like eating out. Okay, today you are spending 200 cedis. Next month you probably spend 500 because there's a birthday. You want to take somebody out. Not your birthday, you are taking somebody out. Oh, go on it. The food bloggers, they have affordable, yes, marinades, 50 cedis. You get something to eat. Don't do that. Okay, so you can categorize them so that you are able to capture, all the different expenses. Then, like I said, set your priorities. Okay, so you may not be able to spend on everything. So in 1 month, like as I sit here, I need a laptop, I need a tablet for my son. Like the things are plenty. So prioritize. What do you need to focus on for each period that you are budgeting for? And then once you have decided all these things, then you allocate the funds. So now you know what you want to prioritize. So you have your category. So you know the housing, this, what do you call it? Utilities, this. So if you need to sleep in heat so that you can align with that, you do that as well. So do this, ensuring that it aligns with your goals and your priorities. Okay, so there are several budgeting methods, but before you choose, make sure you go with what works for you, and I'll come to why. Okay, so we have the zero-based budgeting. So that one, you earn 1,000 Ghana cedis. You've sat down, you've written, every CD has been assigned to something. There's no extra, like you don't have some 5 CD hanging there. Every CD has been assigned to a specific expense. So that's the zero-based budgeting. So when you subtract your expenses and your savings from the income, you have zero. Okay. Then we have the envelope system. How many of us use the envelope system? Envelope. Okay, you use the envelope system. So just 2 people. A colleague of mine uses his socks. So I'm not too sure whether to add it to to this. But the envelope system, basically, you have different envelopes. You've categorized them. So just like we said, so housing, utilities. When you earn your income, so those who believe in cash, you take all the money and you put it in the envelopes based on what you've assigned. So let's say you have the chilling envelope. Once the chilling money is finished, that's all. You get it? So it sort of restricts you to whatever you've put in that envelope. I tried it. It didn't work for me. Because I took some money in another envelope for something else. Okay. And that's why I said use what works for you. Okay. Then we have the 50, 30, 20 principle or rule. So this principle basically states that if you earn 1,000 Ghana cedis, 50% of it, which is 500 cedis, will go towards your needs, and needs are non-discretionary expenses. If you don't eat, you will die. Sorry, please eat. If you don't drink water, you need a place to live. Those things are needs. You need to cover them for your survival. Then 30% goes towards your wants. Gym. I know you want to. Okay, well, Jim, it depends on where you are in life. If you are that Netflix, what do you call it? 600 pounds and above, and we need to work on you. It's like a life, and maybe the gym is a need. But I'm saying gym is a want, because if you don't go to the gym, you won't die. There was a year that I wanted to lose weight. The babies had destroyed the body. You understand? So I didn't want to pay for gym. So what did I use? Staircase. It's an option. Okay. So then we have the 20%. 20% goes towards savings, like retirement savings, emergency funds, etc. Sarah will touch more on that. So I've broken them down here. Okay. Should I have an exam? I think I should have an exam. Okay. So the 50% needs, what goes there? Abu, you there, I know your name.
Utilities.
Okay, what else? Rent. Okay, Charlie. Food, transportation. Charlie, students. Speaking to them. Okay. So, and then how about wants? Wants. New clothes. Oh, how about if I'm naked? I need clothes to wear. New. Okay, what else? Please, those ladies, you have pink, orange, yellow, but you want another one. It's a want.
Netflix.
Netflix. Oh. Netflix and chill. Subscriptions, great. Who else? Okay. So the examples are here. Okay. Like I said, okay. So like I said, retirement funds, emergency funds, paying down your debt, etc. These are things Sarah will talk about. So like I said, personal finance is it's Abner's plan your plan. So yeah, so like I said, the envelope method didn't work for me, but for some reason it's working for Sarah. It didn't work for me. So me, I realize if I have cash in my bag, I'll spend it. So I have a different way. So you have to keep on playing with different methods till you figure out, what works for you. Okay, keep on playing. Even this 50, 30, 20 principle, it depends on where you are going in life. At a particular point, I could afford 40% as savings of my income. Why should I be doing 20? I've got places to go. You understand? But at least this is for the starters. If you want something to start with, you can definitely tap into this. Please, don't tell me I don't earn enough income. I earn 3,000, so I'll do 10%. Try as much as possible to do what is right. Okay. So budgeting is not something that you do and go and sleep. Me, I used to do that. I do one budget. Then every month, we'll use the same thing. Why? Sometimes things change, okay? And sometimes when you have a budget, because you normally do the budget before the money comes, okay, so that you don't end up wasting it. When you have a budget, what actually happens when you start spending is different from what you planned. So what you need to do is sit down and look at what you planned and what you're actually doing and adjust. Maybe you said you wouldn't eat out, but you spent on eating out. Maybe it's an important thing to you. How do you adjust so that you make room for eating out rather than saying that budgeting there doesn't work cool? No. So take the target and take the actual, compare and see if there's a need to adjust to something that's more realistic, because it has to work for you for it to make impact, okay? So you ask yourself what accounted for the difference, and then you adjust. Also, the truth is that things change. By the grace of God, your salary may triple this year. Hallelujah. Yeah. Amen. I almost forgot this was, I thought this was church. Okay, so your income may increase. It means that you may need to come back to the budget and review. Maybe the chilling was 100 cedis. Right now, we have confidence, 1,000. Energy. Okay, sometimes, like COVID times, people lose their jobs. Now, you can't be spending as if nothing has happened. Bro, you are going to go hungry. You need to downsize and spend on the most important things. Okay, sometimes you'll be there and a baby will drop from nowhere. That has... Please don't ask me. or you go and carry somebody's daughter into your house. Now things are not going to be the same. I can't come and stay in your house and then you'll be doing, you have to release, you understand? So things will change. How do you incorporate it into your budget? So the budget is not something you do and sleep on. You keep on adjusting it. Remember one thing, it must work for you. It must work for your situation. So always do that till you get one that works for you. And that's the truth about life. And even anything that we want to do, right? You don't, when you hit, a barrier, you don't stop. I remember I said I wanted to, the size of my stomach to reduce because it was beginning to look like something else. So I tried different things. Hey, the thing wasn't going. I tried different things. It wasn't going. Then eventually it went down small. You understand? When one day you are able to live within your budget, celebrate yourself. It would encourage you to keep on going. Okay. So there are so many things that I used to like the paper and pen budgeting. I just get the paper, write it down. It works for me. It may not work for some of you. There's also Excel sheets. And now you can get some very nice models, to put your figures in, very great models. Or maybe you are high-tech, so you want to go with the different apps. I think these days there are so many fintechs, coming up. Seram is trying to advertise her business. Bethnal Finance has an app, and there are so many apps coming up. So many of them, Bezos, and also, you don't know them. Desmond doesn't want to do free advert. So please, if you are one of them, come and pay. Okay, so as I said, use what works for you. If it's paper and pen, don't say my friend is using an app, so Charlie, I'll look like I was born in 1942. Use your paper and pen with pride. If it's Excel sheet, you can do that as well. Now, pitfalls we want to avoid in 2024. Okay, impulse buying at the expense of your financial well-being. Look, there are a lot of temptations out there, I don't lie to you. There are a lot of temptations. When I used to work in the pension side, someone say, I'm coming to take my pension to buy shoes. I don't get it. Yes, the temptations will come. But avoid impulse buying at the expense of your financial well-being. One of the things I learned from Seram is, if she wants, what hair is on this? Is it Brazilian? The hair you are wearing, what is it? Okay, if she wants Brazilian hair, forgive me, once I went natural, I don't know what's going on. Okay, and it's 3,000 Ghana cedis. She will set aside money every month, 100, till she is able to go and buy. So you see her wearing it, and you think that you will use your salary all of a sudden to go and buy. You are poor, she is getting rich because she has a strategy. So we are not saying that deprive yourself. just plan. Okay, so avoid impulse buying at the expense of your financial well-being. Someone asked, about priorities. You prioritize short-term goals before the long-term goals. The truth is that if you are disciplined enough, you can tell yourself that, I'm buying A, and when I'm done, I'll put more effort in B. But the truth of what actually matters is every month, something else comes up. And that thing will always take priority over your long-term goals. Just for you to get to retirement or get to a certain point and realize that you didn't pay attention to that. So for me, as for your long-term planning, just automate it and forget about it. Because there would always be a reason why you shouldn't, you should do something else other than that particular thing. Okay, so dipping into your savings prematurely to meet other expenses, especially we are all, you've done some before, right? Every day, we are all guilty. But what does that mean? If I set up a 2024 Dubai budget, okay, and then my friend came to say, I'm getting married. I say, hey, Charlie, then I have to release some shoe and some dress. And these days, too, nothing is cheap, at least some 1,000. Makeup, hair, the hair cry hasn't come. The dress and the shoe, I think some 1,500 there, you blow. Okay, but what does that mean? You've taken that money from the Dubai fund. What does that mean? What's going to happen? You just a takraji. You won't go to the Dubai. Okay. Then I've spoken already about income you have not received. This one, I know somebody who does, child, this person will send me 5,000. 3 weeks later, 5,000 hasn't come. What happened? We don't know. But it means that they've probably gone to buy something on credit, waiting for that 5,000 to drop. And now we have to discuss how we are going to raise money to pay for that thing. So for me, cash accounting, when you receive, then you plan with that one. Okay. Then also trying to keep up with your friends. Now, this is very difficult. Look, let's not lie to ourselves and say that I'm disciplined. And sometimes you just sit down and think through why you do the things you do. You realize that it is some friend that influenced you. That's the reality. That's how we are as human beings. You realize that you are not doing it because you sat down and thought deeply that, no, you are doing it because you saw some friend wear a shoe. And you haven't sat down to think about it, but you are doing it because of that person. So trying to keep up with friends is something you have to intentionally decide not to do. Okay, and why don't we want to do that? Because we have our own set of goals that we want to achieve. Okay, we have our own set of goals, so we don't want to be distracted. Also, neglecting self-care and leisure. This one, I'm sitting on this table. Tight budget, no breathing space. By month one, someone will ask you a question, like you just want to slap the person. Or for those of us with families, we begin to resent our children. All the money I earn, I use it to pay your school fees. Why? Do you get what I'm saying? So some of the money has to go, like, enjoy. Enjoy. Okay, this is not for you if you are broke. I'm talking to those who have a little, okay, enjoy. Don't neglect self-care. It sort of fuels you to keep on going. It's sort of an investment in yourself to keep on going. This I didn't believe until one or two things happened. Some of us have subscription services. We've forgotten. They be nayete. Serum used to be a victim. Let me check here. Still is a victim. So these monies, if you look at it, probably you could be able to save 100 CDs, 200 CDs. That could go towards something that you really want. So let's look at some of these things as well. Then also having a rigid budget with no room for unexpected opportunities or challenges. So Siriram will talk about emergency fund. But one thing I also decided to start is an opportunity fund. Sometimes things come up and you just want to, it's not, you didn't know it will come. So you haven't planned for it. But you just want that extra, that if something comes up, you can quickly, just pay for it without it being at the detriment of other goals. So I decided to have an opportunity fund for such purposes. Sinram will also talk about the emergency fund. Now, not having a budget, there is a crime. You have and then be struggling, you know, but by all means, have a budget. So I've said a lot. I want 5 responses. What are you going to do differently? Don't tell me I'll have a budget so that I'll leave you. Specific, what are you going to do differently in 2024?
Oh, I have money for your enjoyment.
You have money? Hey. Okay.
What I would say is, I have a way of budgeting. You didn't speak about it, but mine is a little bit different.
Okay, sure.
So, I learned it in a YouTube video, but I don't know the name for it. Usually what you do is, you sit down and calculate every recurring expenditure you have in a month. Once your salary comes, you make sure you deal with that. So savings, investment, utility, everything. Then the rest, so even if you have a car you fuel, you have to take that money out. Then the rest, whether it's enjoyment or emergencies, you put that money down and you spend from it. The disadvantage is, once that money gets finished, it means you are surviving till your next salary. That's what I've been doing. What I think I have to add is the emergency fund. I don't really save towards that thing. That's what I'll do differently.
Okay, great. I think someone also mentioned last week in a session we're in that he has something like this, then he puts all in his savings account, then the rest is for blowing. Okay, who else? Okay, one lady, Patty, let me worry.
What I'll do differently, I think for me, it will be putting systems in place. Okay. I would say I won't do. And I like looking nice, so I'll rather buy the dress and the shoe and neglect some of the important things. So I'll put systems in place to ensure that the things I'm not supposed to neglect are being taken care of.
Okay. We will still slay in 2024, but with a plan. Okay, thank you, Sinram. Thank you.
We learn something new every day. Today, I've learned about opportunity. We talk every day, yet I didn't know about opportunity fund. Mimi is doing things behind me. Okay, so a lot has been said. We've talked about budget, and Mimi has highlighted the fact that I'm going to sort of dwell on, for this context, right? Mimi said 50, 30, 20. 20%, so crack. If you don't take anything away from today, take the fact that whatever you earn, 20% should go towards savings or investments. 20%, then you can, what you were talking about sounds similar to, I'll say, like the 80-20. You take care of the importance, the investment, you pay yourself. Then whatever the rest of it, do as you will, right? Okay, so when we talk about, so 20%. So today we are going to focus on the 20%, but the emphasis is going to be on the highlighted parts: emergency funds, sinking funds, investments. Desmond has done a great job on talking about investment, so we'll just touch on it, but this is what we are talking about when we talk about the 20% of your budget. Insurance, debt, those of us with quick loan. So, yes, we'll talk about those. How many of us are in a salaried paying job here? How many of us earn salaries? Oh, significant number of us. Okay. What would you do if you I just need 2 people to respond to me. If you suddenly lost your job tomorrow, like Monday, in fact, today, God forbid. But, Charlie, you go and you see an email, you've been fired. Something. God forbid, though. It's not for anybody in this room, but what would you do? Yes. Hold on. The mic is coming. You don't go agree, or you don't go agree. You don't
okay. Okay, for my situation, for my situation, because I'm a medical worker and I do different shifts. And I also learned different skills and all that. So if my HR or my CEO tells me goodbye, I don't care.
That's a goal. Oh. That's a goal.
I don't care because what I saw in 2020 and from what COVID-19 taught us globally, nobody should even think of doing 9 to 5 without a side hustle. Thank you.
Oh, you hold on.
What?
Hold on. Oh, yes.
Yes, and you can't lose all because now the world needs is paying for skills, paying for ideas, paying for things. So you can't say any. And today is AI, tomorrow is ChatGPT, today is something else. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I need a female. I need a lady to tell me, what would you do? Okay, there's a lady, there's a hand there.
In all honesty, I would just call my father and tell him that I'm coming home.
The prodigal daughter is back. See, I always tell my dad, right? I was sitting in my heaven somewhere, chilling, and you decided to bring me to no part of this world but Ghana here. So, till you leave this earth, I am still your responsibility. I was saying that happily until I had 2 boys. Now my story is changing. But yes, you would call your dad. Great. So, what if, these are for those who are not salaried earners, entrepreneurs, self-employed, people. What if, MCs, rappers, what if your source of income just suddenly dried up? What happens? At least for the next 3 months of your life, 3 to 6 months of your life, what will happen? Any takers? Oh, there are no entrepreneurs here. Yes. Which William? This one. Okay, you call back up. Okay, yes, anyone else? Yes, boss.
Some people who owe me. Within that 3 months. That 3 months. Quick credit. Door to door.
Okay.
I want my money back.
Okay, great. Okay. Then again, we want to ask, what if, you know that, no, how many of us have health insurance? NHIS, great. And other corporates, right? Other corporate insurance. But do you know that there are restrictions on them? Right? Do you know that there could be medical emergencies that your insurance that will not cover? What happens when you meet one of those? And then we are in a situation where there's DDEP and mark-to-market and all the likes. What happens? Yes, boss.
Go find me.
Yapon. He didn't lie. Okay, that's also an option. I hadn't thought about that, but thank you. Okay, so again, same thing. Those who were in the Ton area, last year we heard about the spillage, right? So let's bring it home. Ghana is prone to floods, right? And then all that. What if you woke up and then that happened to you? What would you do? Oh, and even what would you do? You woke up and your home, you've been displaced. What would you do? How do you position yourself? Is there anyone who will not be thinking about the financial implication? Is there anyone who would not be thinking about the financial implication? Okay, so then we have emergency funds. What are emergency funds? In fact, from the name, for what? They are basically money you have put aside for unplanned things, which are emergencies, right? Emergencies can happen. We were here, COVID happened. Did we expect COVID to happen? No. Do people who expect to just fall ill? No. Do people expect to just lose their sources of income? No. The flood victims, did they go to bed thinking that there was going to be a spillage in their homes? They were going to be displaced? No. So, you don't want to be in a situation where you have an emergency. You need to focus your mind on finding solutions to that emergency and not necessarily be stressed because of the, because you don't have the money to sort out that emergency. And that will also add to the stress, right? So we need to position ourselves in a position whereby even when there is an emergency, at least the financial aspect of it, we are more thinking about emotional stress than the financial stress. Is that a line? And I always say this, maybe, and I'm sure Desmond would also buttress it and say that if you don't have an emergency fund, personally, I believe you have no business even starting an investment. Because what if, let's go back to one of the reasons why there were lots of commotions about the DDP and all those mark-to-market and clients wanting to take. You've put your money in investments. They are in bonds. They are in fixed income mutual funds, long-term investments. Then there's an emergency now. There was no backup. So now you want to go and take this money which was supposed to be locked for a certain time. And now you need that money and they are telling you that if you take it now, you're going to lose value. And people are around. So imagine if we had an emergency fund, something that we could have fallen on and allowed the mutual funds and then the fund managers to do their things to ensure that the impact on the losses on the investment is minimal, right? So emergency funds are really, really, really critical. So again, think about the peace of mind you would have if you had an emergency fund. So I think I've already talked about it. Why do we need an emergency fund? Unforeseen events. Things happen, right? You can lose your job, salary, you can lose your sort of income. During COVID, people's salaries were slashed. People lost their jobs. So imagine if you have a set, and again, the emergency fund should be, look, I think I'll talk about that later, but people, you have a certain lifestyle that you live based on your income, right? And you know how sometimes when, Charlie, you are surviving pay on 5,000, they increase the thing to like even 10,000. They increase, so you were surviving on 5,000 for like a whole 1 year. It ended 2023. Then January, they increased it to 10,000. For some reason, you just forget how you lived, like, like now your lifestyle is 10, or immediately the 10,000 cry. They reach like, and so, do you get it? So you have a certain lifestyle. So imagine when all of a sudden your income is slashed. You were already, coping within the 5,000. If you have an emergency fund, the quick loans, it will reduce. Oh, true. And then unnecessary, you would avoid certain debts. And sometimes, I know some people, Mimi Shroka, before I come and ask you for money, the thought process I would think through, and the fact that, hey, what if she doesn't give me, will she think I'm broke? Like, see, the battles I will fight in me. Like, so worst case, if I have to ask somebody for money, guess who I'll go to? My dad, my mom. Like, that's worst case. Okay, I have a husband, so in fact, sometimes I'll go to them because I always say I'm still their responsibility. Yes, but the point is, it helps you avoid certain debt. If you need to have something that you can fall back on, because everybody is going through it. The fact that you see Mimi dress nicely, she's always talking about money, doesn't mean that when you go and ask her at that time, she has it available to give you. Thank you. Then there's also peace of mind. I think it's self-explanatory. Coping with economic downturns. Inflation is up there. The city is also doing its own thing. Everything is mania. Like George says that the economy 2024, forget it. We should start
At least it's for 1 week, just 1 week. That's just 1 week projection. But things are now yet to normalize and stabilize, right? So things, because prices of goods and services are just going up. So again, you need that buffer, that emergency fund, so that in the event where your budget is not budgeting, you can be supplementing it from that, right? Then I think I've talked about medical emergencies. So the question is, how much do you need in your emergency fund? This is very, very relative. Okay, experts say that every month, right? If you spend 2,000, you should have about between 3 to 6 months of your monthly expense. So, if you spend 2,000, not if you make 2,000, if you spend 2,000 cedis a month, how much should you have in your emergency fund? 6,000. So between 6,000 and 12,000, you should. Is it 12,000? Yeah. 6,000 and 12,000. You should have that in your emergency fund. But again, as I said, it depends on your situation. There are some people who are who are married. So for instance, maybe I use married a lot because I'm married. But for instance, with me, where both me and my husband, or my husband and I, which one is a brother? This is not an English class. So the two of us have stable sources of income, right? We are both not in high risk industries. Okay, so with us, the amount of money, the possibility that both of us will lose our sources of income at the same time is very minimal, right? So the amount that we'll need in our emergency fund, but again, it depends on the number of people in our household. The amount that we'll need in an emergency fund should be we could say that we are doing a 6-month emergency fund. But if you are in a home where it's just one income earner, and probably that income earner also works in a high-risk work field, right? It means that when that one income earner's sources of income is diminished, it would affect the entire household. So you may be looking to do more than a 6-month or a 3-month buffer. You may be trying to build up to a 1-year buffer. Please, are we aligned? Am I making sense? Yes. So these are some of the things that you need to consider. But kwata, if you don't, just start with at least 3 months. You need to build it up to a certain, you realize that once you start building it and you hit that goal, you'll be motivated to build it to a good buffer. So as I mentioned, the number of people in your household, your dependents, and your emergency fund should be able to help you maintain your quality of life for at least 3 to 6 months if the income stream stops. So if, Charlie, you are paying, that's why, again, it comes to your expense. Because if you are paying school fees for the likes of Safari and the rest, of course, you cannot compare to the size of your emergency fund to somebody who is doing early. So, yeah. So how then do you build your emergency fund? You basically, again, we've talked about this, goal setting, set a goal, have the amount. We've explained how to reach the amount, right? So, quick question. Okay, I don't want people to say they will expose their incomes, but if you had, so you have a goal, an amount that you want to reach. So let's assume that your emergency fund buffer, you spend 2,000 a month. So 2,000 a month times 3. At least you want to build a 6,000 buffer, right? Now decide a realistic time frame. Because again, all these goals, as we said, it has to be realistic. You've identified the amount. Now, how long is it going to take you to build it? If you are somebody whose monthly expense is about 10,000, and we are talking about 10,000 times, you want to build a 6-month buffer, we are talking about 60,000. 60,000 is large, right? So you can't, well, depending on your income, but to say that I'm probably going to build 60,000 in 3 months, or
may put strain on your finances. So what you can do is to decide a realistic time frame. But in the next, so it becomes a goal. It becomes a short-term goal. In the next 1 year, or by December 2024, I should have built 20% to an emergency fund of up to 20%. So I should have 20,000 in my emergency fund. So that becomes the goal, the short-term goal that you are working towards. Does that make sense? Are we aligned? Okay, great. Then you now divide the amount by the number of months that you have decided you're going to do that. So if you are going to use 12 months to build a 10,000 CD emergency fund, 10,000 divided by 12, SA. Please, 10,000 divided by 12. 833, exactly. And that goes into your budget. And it's going to go into your budget, and it's going to go, you are going to, such things, you automate it, as put systems in place. So you know that every month, I am putting 833 CDs. To the glory of God, we pray that between then and nothing happens for you to have to spend it. But again, emergency funds are for emergencies. So if you have to spend it on an emergency, don't feel guilty. That is why you built the fund. Then create a system that makes consistent, the contributions consistent. So standing instructions, direct debits. If you wait and say that when I get the money, I'll go and put it in the bank, please, you and I know that it won't happen. Regularly monitor the progress and celebrate your wins. When you smash, you've said that you're going to do a 60,000 budget. You've done 20, but when you hit that goal, enjoy it. Don't blow the money, but enjoy, enjoy it. And again, because you have a goal and you know the importance of having that emergency fund, there are some people who get windfalls, like bonuses and the likes, or you are there and then some rich uncle, rich aunt to come and dash you some money. Once you get that money, go and put it in the emergency fund, because you know that I have to build it faster. Do we get it? We don't just blow it because we don't have, and so it comes back to once you have a plan, every money that comes in, you have, you don't just blow it, because you know that, look, it is going to help me meet a certain target or a certain goal. Are we aligned? So even for those who do not have regular income, as the money comes in, however the money comes, if it comes in bulk and you can afford to just take a lump sum and put it aside and know that, look, this is my emergency fund. So if I have this emergency fund and I don't get any gig at all within the next 6 months, this money will be able to sustain me. Does that make sense? Please, the MC is telling me my time is almost up. So it says, where do you keep your emergency fund? For the sake, the name is emergency. You don't know when emergencies will happen. So it needs to be in a safe place. You don't go and put your emergency fund in your emergency funds in a fixed income market fund, or in stocks or in bonds. Because when the emergency comes, they now have to go and sell, and we now have to find a willing buyer, and then there now has to be mark to market. Please put it in an account where you can easily access. Okay, within 48, maximum, within 48 hours. So savings account, money market account, money market mutual funds, which are actually money market mutual funds. This is what I said, looking at George slightly, but which are, or if the emergency fund, the amount is large, what you do is you can put a portion in your savings account and then put the rest of it in the money market mutual fund. When should you use it? Use it when you have emergencies. Not every school fees is not an emergency. Please, it is not an emergency. When somebody will come and say, oh, me said a child will just drop. The child that just dropped, though, you had 9 months to plan. Was that an emergency? No. So usually when you come and ask me for money because, I just had a baby, it wasn't an emergency. Anyway. So, again, just a few, and one other tool that I want us to mention just as I wrap up is, we all know what happens in December. What happens? Thank you. What happens in January? What? What happens in January? January happens in January. Hamatan. People say Hamatan. Hamatan is figuratively and thank you. And bills. You know that a lot of schools fees and co are paid in January, right? So December is paid. Okay. What happens in February? Thank you. How many of us celebrate Valentine? Okay, great. Does anyone here have a birthday? Okay. Do you like to give out gifts on birthdays? Do you know the people that you give gifts to, do you know their birthdays? So the point is, none of these things, right, are emergencies. These are things that you can actually plan for. So these are not things you use your emergency fund for. What you can use here is what we call sinking funds. I think it has already been alluded to, but what you can use here, sinking fund is basically that you have, this is my wig. That's what Mimi was talking about. I bought it 4 years ago. It was 3,000 cedis. I didn't have 3,000 cedis. I knew that the lady pre-orders in October. I started putting money in January. I divided the 3,000 by, I had 10 months. I put it there every month. It was going there. At the end of the day, I took the money. I went to buy my wig. Somebody would think that Seram has 3,000 cedis to go and buy a wig. I planned for it. You know when you need the thing. December, we know that we will chill in December. We know that we will chill, we will ball in December. So why don't we plan it? So have a budget and say that December I'm going to spend 10,000 or 5,000 cedis. And every month, put in an amount, just divide the 5,000 by 12, right? And then every month you put an amount. So that it's in your budget too, and this will go into your budget. And then you can be saving it on. And then in December, you just take the money and you spend it with guilt-free. Are we aligned? You know that Val's Day is coming. You know that you have a special person in your life. You know that the person is expecting you to do something. You know, so put it. Insurance. I pay for I renew my insurance in November every year. I have a small car, a Harris. I pay about 1,002 or so. That's my premium. No, this is plus the increase. So what do? I divide that 1,002 by 12. Okay, and every month I put the money in a money market mutual fund. At least I'm getting some small interest on it so that it covers for the increments that they have talked about, right? So every month it goes in there, direct debit, standing instruction, it goes in there. November, make car insurance, I just take the money, I renew. Sinking funds. Okay, so these are tools that you can actually use. It helps you plan for big ticket items. You need a phone. You need a laptop. Plan for it. Put it in your budget. Just find out the amount, allocate, and divide it by how long it's going to take you to meet the thing. And then every month, put money aside for it. So I think because my time is up, these are just examples of the sinking funds. Emergency fund, saying travel fund, I think there's chilling fund, dirty December, back to school, medical sinking for car insurance, rent, birthday, like whatever you think you want to plan for. Subscriptions. I like to plan for my subscriptions because there are certain things I have because of investment friend. Please, by the way, please follow us on Instagram, investment_friend. Yes, we use Canva a lot. So we pay for the pro. We have paid subscriptions for Zoom. So why do we have to wait till, and it's annual subscription. Sometimes even this annual, you get discounts, right? Why do we have to wait till when we have to renew before we are looking for the money? Every month, you can allocate money to these subscriptions. And then once the subscription is due, you pay. So I think I've already talked about how to identify the sinking fund. Just identify the expense that you intend to meet, the planned thing, the thing that you know that you have to do, right? You will be doing. If you like birthdays, there was a year that birthdays, I had to do a whole photo shoot. So Mimi had seen that budget, emergency, like photo shoots. It was there, photo shoots fund, my kid's birthday, like I have 2 kids. I know the day, it's not then that I'm now going to figure out how much. I know the budgets I have for their birthdays. So I know that Bakoye 1st November, one is 7th August, so the fund is there so that by the time that we get to, like the party has to happen. Unfortunately, I don't have a choice, but it has to happen. Do you get it? So yeah, so I think Where should you keep your sinking fund? It depends on the purpose of the fund, because you can set up a sinking fund to actually for a land purchase, right, for the next 2 years, 3 years. You know the value of them, but that can go into an investment. So if it is just for short term, like I talked about the car insurance, it can go into a money market mutual fund. So yes, I will just pause here. I think, yeah. Yeah, I think.
Put your hands together. Great. So I think it was very interactive. We had quite a few questions in the course of the presentation, but we'll still do 2 questions now, right? At the end of the next presentation, we'll have a question time for all of our speakers. Then you can ask more questions. So, Adam, I see your hands up. One more. Okay, right. So 2.
Your questions are for you.
Okay, so let's take Adam first.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I really enjoyed your presentation. So I want to ask a question. Okay.
Your questions.
Yes, so I want to, thanks Mimi as well. I want to ask for the emergency fund. When you keep on depleting the fund, how do you get to your goal? Because sometimes every month something comes up. And you're asking yourself, will I ever get to that 10,000 goal of emergency fund?
Yeah.
How do you deal with such a setback in building your emergency fund? Yeah, thank you.
I've been asked this question before. If you have a specific emergency happening every month, it's not an emergency. You need to you remember where we spoke about the actual and the target, right? You need to now identify that expense and now put it in your actual budget. Do you understand? So maybe every day, Kwame, my milk your parents have called you. You didn't expect it. Now you need to sit down and say, I said call it's becoming a trend. So let me set aside 500 CDs in my budget for that. Maybe you may not give it to them, but at least you know it's there so that if they make their usual calls, you've made room for it. Okay.
Yeah, and I hope that answers it. Yeah, thank you. And the budget, as Mimi said, is personal. Even me, offertory. I give assent when the spirit leads also, but it's in there. Like my budget has offertory in there. So me, I budget everything, but yeah.
My question is, where to keep your emergency fund? I used to have one, but after a while, I just stopped because I realized that it was so easy for me to access. I created a different bank account for my emergency fund, but every now and then I would just dip into the money and spend it because the card was with me, the app is on my phone. So how do I get past that problem?
Sister, I identify with you. Last year, I had a Stanbic account, free advert, and I had my emergency fund in there. But last year, I had a lot of emergencies. I added my own fried rice to it too. So I was always swiping. So I realized that, I have to move this fund from where it is. So I moved it from there to Sims. The reason being, before I'll even send the email, like it's long. So unless I really need to, I'm not going to ask for it, because what you easily have access to, especially those of us who use this app. Now, I moved to Fidelity, and ever since I was banking with some other bank. It's not you. I won't mention their name. Their app wasn't. But once I moved to Fidelity and the app was working, kicking, you know. So you need to know yourself. If it's not working, just take it somewhere that if you go, they'll say, come and fill a form, come and do this, then you just give up. You know, take it somewhere that you know will help you be more disciplined.
And also to add to that, again, it also comes to you knowing your reason for building that fund. And it comes to there are certain things that we cannot help you with. You have to be disciplined. You know that, look, this is for emergencies. Like anything can happen. So you need to have a good appreciation of the why for doing certain things. And, you know, have to make sure that you are, putting those systems in place. But again, you as an individual are committed to the process. this one, the decimal beats me. But yes, you can download the Betno Finance app. It has budgeting tools on there.
Okay, so I think we'll take subsequent questions after the next presentation. Please put your hands together for Mimi and Sarah. Okay, so for MCs, rappers, and other associated professionals, it's our time to shine. So this next presentation will be looking at a number of things. And among them, this presenter will look at personal and entrepreneurial finance management. So business management for entrepreneurs, content creators who are serious about it, earn their income from it, but want to know how to plan, I think is a good place to look at. So our next speaker is the managing director of Spear Capital and Advisory. He has a decade of corporate and investment banking experience with multinational and local banks, and has previously worked in China, UAE, and Singapore. If I have my mixtape, can you link me to the Chinese market? With SCA, he prioritizes on corporate finance and transaction advisory for private and public institutions across industries and transaction types. He holds an MSc in corporate finance from the University of Liverpool, postgraduate certificate in financial analysis and evaluation from the London School of Business and Finance. Please, our last but not the least speaker, definitely, please put your hands together for William Duncan.
I enjoyed sitting down here. Before I start, thank you all for making the time. I understand that Saturday gathering here for hours can be engaging, but thank you for listening to us. Now, I'm going to ask a couple of questions before I begin my presentation. How many of us here are business people? You run your own business. How many of you are like me, MDs, founders, CEOs? Okay. How many are co-founders? Okay. So there are quite a number of us here who don't run businesses, right? You don't run a business, please raise your hand. Okay. You intend on running a business? Okay. So I'm going to speak to you as a business person myself, but I'm also going to speak to you as somebody who invests in early stage businesses or have people who want to invest in early stage businesses. And so at the end of the day, when you are thinking about, oh, I have a business, I want an investor, before you come to me, you check your P's and Q's. So that when you come and I ask you certain questions, you won't be found wanting, because I will give you the first 15 minutes of my time. The next 1 hour will be determined by that 15 minutes. And a lot of us are like that, right? So can we go? Okay, so there are certain basics we need to get out of the way, right, when we are starting a business. And the first question when I speak to early stage businesses, and especially founders, the first question I ask is, why? Why did you start the business? I understand there's a need for money, a side income. You're in a 9-to-5 and you want a side income. It's fair, but why? Why? Why are you starting the business? Is it because you saw a need, or you felt like there's a craze in town, everybody has an Instagram page and he's selling clothes and there are people buying, and so I can do it? The fact that it's working for Desmond does not mean it will work for Sarah. Why? It's a very interesting question to ask founders. And most of the time, that why will tell me if I want to continue the conversation. It's as simple as that. If I can't determine the why, I'll shut off. And a lot of us, again, the caveat is set. I'm speaking to you as a business person and as an investor. So please, let's get the context correctly. If you want my attention and I ask you, why did you start the business? Your first line will tell me if I want to listen or not. A couple of weeks back, In church, a friend walked up to me and he's like, William, I want to speak to you about starting a business. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll always stop for those conversations because I like to hear it. And he's like, he's going to revolutionize the real estate industry. I shut off. I shut off. When I hear certain terms, I'm bringing out a new industry. So when I hear certain terms, I know that no, this conversation is not one I want to have. Because he's starting off on a platform where I know that at the end of that 15 minutes, when I ask him certain questions, he won't give me answers, or he will not have the answers. He will tell me that I need to go and research more. No. Before you start the business, before you started that business, why? You are solving a problem. When I started Spear Capital and Advisory, you people here were my problem. Because I saw a need. I saw that in time, I would have to speak to people like you. Okay, entrepreneurship is not merely about creating a business. Yeah, please move on. Okay, so what is the problem? What am I doing? Why am I solving the problem? Why do I think I'm the best person to solve the problem? Don't start the business journey just to make money. Money is good. I'm a firm believer in making money. Everybody here believes in making money. But there will come a point you will lose motivation and you will lose your business if your why is not clearly stated. I find that a lot. And when you see a founder has lost motivation, he doesn't want to be part of the business anymore. He doesn't want to feel like, oh, I'm part of the business. And who am I solving for? Who are your clients? Are the people willing to pay for your clients? As an investor, when I'm doing due diligence on your business, one of the things I look out for is your financials. And I'll look at your top line. What is your revenue like? What is your bottom line? What's your profit like? Are people willing to pay for your business? Are people willing to pay for the solution to the problem that you have identified? So I'm setting up an online store on Instagram to sell clothes. Who is your target market? Men or women? Women. What type of women? High-class women, mid-class, low-class. High-class women, what are you selling to them? Office wear or casual wear? If it's office wear, are you going to make those clothes or are you going to buy and sell? The basic mistakes. And I know a lot of you here will fall in the first one. How many of you here have registered your business? Registered. You've gone to RGD. You have a business certificate. Oh, please lift your hand. Yeah, kudos to you. How many of you don't? Okay. Those who haven't started, from the moment you identify the why, the who, and the what, your next step is register that business. It may not start in the year, but register it. Find the name and register the business. It gives you motivation. Okay? And this may be particular to me, but if you're a serious business, it is not difficult creating branding. Having a logo, colors, all of that work. It's not difficult. If you plan for it, you can make it happen. And then finally, those who are going to provide services, emailing, domains. So www.spearcapitaladvisory.com. Emails come to info@spearcapitaladvisory. When you tell me you're a business and I see @gmail.com. And look, again, I'm an investor, I'm a businessman. It may seem small to you, but these are the things we look at. You cannot tell me you are running a 3-year business and you are still using @gmail.com. How? Why? Do you take yourself serious? Do you take your business serious? Small things. Okay? Structure and process. From the very beginning, conceptualization of your business, structure, process. When you step out of the business, it should run. Because you have put systems in place. You have put structures in place that when I take leave, When I'm tired of the business and I want to take a break for a week, the business won't fall down. In the early years, you are your business, the business is you. After 2 years, your business is an entity, it's a living organism. It should grow. Okay. So correcting the mistakes. Registration, branding, and legal, accounting and financing. I'm liable to this mistake as well, and every one of you will be. When you started your business, your personal account and your business account were the same. Most of you here still have that problem. Your personal account and your business account are two different things. The fact that you are funding the business from your own pocket does not mean it must come out of your account. Okay? When you register the business, you will have enough documentation to walk to any bank and say that I want to open a business account. They will open it for you. In the first year, when you're making expenses to the business, when you're getting money from the things you are selling or from the service you are providing, it should go into the business account. It doesn't go into your pocket. A lot of you here will do services and provide services and collect it on Momo. It should go into a business account. It should go into a business account. And I would strongly suggest that if you take your business seriously, find an accountant or find somebody on the side who can create accounts for you. Okay? There are a lot of people. Every year, ICA, ACCA, they pass out people. Find one person. Last year, 800 and how many lawyers passed out? Find one. Pro bono, they will do it for you. Some of them will do it for you. Some will do it for you. But please, no, look. Later on, you will understand why I'm hammering on these things. Because when we are doing investor due diligence, we look at these things. And just for the fact that you started a business 3 years ago and you are showing me financials for 2 years, I'll tell you I don't like your business. Because there's a gap. An unexplained gap. You are telling me you are making revenue of 10,000, but your financials are showing me 5,000. Your account statements are showing me 5,000. Where's the 5,000? Momo. Personal Momo. I'm not berating Momo, but understand that I cannot use your Momo financials to invest in your business. I will not have conversations on Momo accounts. A financial accountant and a lawyer are very necessary for your business. If you are nice enough, they'll give you a small charge to pay and they'll work for you. Okay. Governance, compliance, and structure. After 2 years, I should see some policy documentation. I should see some structure. I should see code of conduct. Things like it. Again, the caveat here is you take your business as seriously as you take your life. Because those are important. Those are important. And especially when you have the vision that after a certain period of time, your side business will become your 9 to 5. It will replace your 9 to 5. All of these things should be in place. Okay. So concepts you need to know. I won't talk about budgeting because, look, everything you do personally, apply it to your business. All of the budgeting tips that have been shared, you can essentially apply it to your business. Identify your incomes, identify your expenses, put some aside to save. If you are going to bring on employees, employee cost, taxes, accounts payable, accounts receivable, all of that. Again, if you hire an accountant, you don't need to stress. But again, you need to be cognizant of that. Budgeting. You can't run away from it, whether on a personal level and a professional level. You cannot. Okay. Financial outlook. George did a wonderful job in the beginning. He set the stage. And when I was listening to him, I was really happy in my spirit because I knew this was here. Financial outlook. Everybody here, no matter the business you run in an industry. If you are in clothing, fashion. If you are in financial services, banking, finance, all of that. Understand the industry you are in. Research into it. Understand it. The dynamics of the industry no matter how small your business is, will affect you. During the lockdown, the people that were the happiest were those who had online shops. If you had an online shop during the COVID era, you were making money. Compared to traditional shops, yeah, they were crying. Understand the industry you're in. Understand how the world is playing and affecting your industry. And then finance it accordingly. And manage your cash flows. This is a very personal thing for me. And I'll explain. Cash flows are the blood in your business. Sorry if I'm being gory, but I want you to understand that cash flows, the money that runs through your business, is the life of your business. Okay? You started your business with 10,000 CDs. Okay, and that 10,000 is running through your business. So that 10,000, you bought your initial products or you did your initial services, right? People paid you for that. You made some money, and that money is what is going through the business. At a point in time, you had a personal need. CEO, founder. A personal need. The business is me. I am the business. So you took money out of it. Your 10,000 is no more 10,000. However much you took. So now you've put the business in a stretch. You are constraining your business. Now you're asking yourself why you don't have enough money to buy the products that you were buying before. Mind you, all of this, you are affected by inflation. You are affected by inflation. And so if you are taking 2,000 CDs out of your 10,000 working capital, now you have a 2,000 deficit. At a point, that's when you start thinking, should I go for investment money? Or should I go and look for a loan? Or should I go and ask my brother to put money into my business because there will be returns? It's because you didn't manage your cash flows. You didn't manage your cash flows. And those are everything here is very critical. But that for me is what will sustain your business. Your revenues, the profit you see at the end of your year is because you manage your cash flows properly. That's what it is. Tools. Excel, QuickBooks, Board. All of this should be managed by something. And receipting. So, again, back to Instagram, right? Somebody sends you a DM. Oh, how much is this? You respond. And the person says, can I pay cash or Momo? So you say, cash on delivery. Fair. Dispatch rider is honest enough and he brings you your money. How did you track it? Screenshot is good, but it's not an invoice. Invoicing and receipting, critical. Because again, if you have a finance manager, or you get to a point where you started doing audits, an auditor won't take screenshot. An auditor will not look at a screenshot and say you created a payment and you created an invoice and a payment was received and you issued out a receipt. No. Thank you. So let me bring this back. Tax. Small businesses, every one of us here, you run a small business, Instagram business, you don't pay tax. If you pay tax, raise your hand. The non-taxpayers didn't come. Fair. Now, there's a notion that when you go and apply for tax, you have to pay tax. It's not the case. Going to GRA and saying that I run a business and I want to collect VAT, right, does not mean that at the end of the month, I must pay the VAT. Okay? If you made revenue this month, you must account for the tax. If you didn't make revenue, you didn't make sales, nobody bought anything, you didn't do any service, you are essentially on break. You go to GRA and say, this month, man, tax, mini tax, there's a difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. So, again, when you register your business, when you leave RGD with your documents, straight to GRA. Okay? Register. Let them know that you're a business. There are tax laws that will apply, that will not apply. Again, when you find a tax person and a finance person, they will explain all to you. At the GRA office, there are people designated to give you that education. Okay, so please, that's also very important. Here. There's a strategy person here, so I'm scared of this place. Running your business, you need to run it on a strategy. When early stage people come to me and they're like, William, we want you to help us, structure our business. Or this year, this is our plan. I'm like, okay, cool. What's the strategy? Miriam, in the beginning, made a statement that we should all have a personal theme for the year. So this year for Spear Capital, our theme is breaking barriers, taking frontiers. We are breaking barriers, we are taking frontiers. And it's simply this: we are moving out of Ghana. We are going into Africa. When you came into this year, what was your strategy for your business? 2024, are you continuing from 2023? At least from the outlook George shared, you will understand that the dynamics of the economy will be very different. How are you playing to those dynamics? Right? And again, for the business leaders here, this is free information. When you start the year and you are now doing your strategy, you have lost. You have lost. George and Desmond will tell you, 2024 strategy, they started November 2023. You do your business and market analysis from the previous year. So when you kickstart January, you are executing and you are implementing. If 2024 shows up 1st January and you don't have a strategy, you don't have a plan, you are done. The year will not be nice for you. You can recover. But imagine I, who started my plan from November. Mid-November, my board chairman called me and said, young man, we have board meeting January ending. Mid-December, I want to see your strategy. Yeah. So again, strategy. So I had to sit down, look at what's going to happen in this year. What do we want to do? Look at last year. Where did we get to? How are we going to tackle this year? The theme we have for this year, it was coined in December. It was coined in December. Because we realized that there was so much we could do within the African space. And so we said, okay, we are taking charge. We are not, Ghana is small. Ghana is becoming too small for us. And so we decided that we are going to break barriers and take frontiers. And that's what we are doing. And so we've built our strategy like that. So your full year strategy plan starts in January. Execution. Then you execute till you get to December. You reset, rest and repeat. Along the year, you would meet people, you create partnerships. No businessman is an island. You are not an island. And don't gatekeep. I don't like people who gatekeep. Share your ideas. When you share, somebody will be willing to share with you and you pick one or two things. Share. Be honest in sharing. Don't overshare, but share. You understand? I'll get to the bit about competition. Share, but don't overshare. Okay? Don't gatekeep. Again, we've spoken about risk in our personal lives. It applies the same in business, although at probably a higher level. Every small business person will face risk. Every large corporate faces risk. George will tell you that risk is how we make money. Recognize your risk. You are running a business. You will face certain risk. It may be in the market. It may be systemic. It may not be systemic. It may be market. It may be industry. It may be even in your own business. There's a risk that you may face. Understand the risk that is running in your business. Categorize them. So prioritize and assess. Okay? Prioritize and assess. Put in strategies to mitigate. You cannot manage a risk out. You cannot fully deal with a risk and bring it down to 0. But you can mitigate it. You can move it from a 15 to a 2. Risk will always be in business. You cannot run away from it. but you can manage how it affects you and how it affects the revenues that come in. Okay? So long as you work with people, you work with suppliers, you work with buyers, there's risk. Even if you're a one-man business, your health is a risk. So how do you manage that? How do you mitigate that? When you put those in place, then you can monitor and review. Right? Monitor and review. It's a constant process. Being a businessman is a constant process of recycling. When you start something, you see to the end, you come and start again. It's a cycle. There's no end. That's why when you get to a point, you celebrate first anniversary. You don't say the business is dead. First anniversary, then you go on second anniversary. Right? There are institutions in this country that are 126. There are some that are 100. There are some that I'm sure somebody from here will go and start a business. Kudos to you. Okay. Now to the money side of things. So there's a very interesting line at the top there. Chase the vision, not the money. The money will end up following you. Everything I'm about to say here will really expand this, but let me put some context to it. As an investor, when people come to me and they are speaking about their business, it gets to a point and I ask them that, why should I invest? Give me a reason to invest. Then they come up with all sorts of stories. Oh, it's a revolutionary idea. We have this number of people. We are looking to go into the other African market. Look, when you understand the why and you put passion to it and you are running with it, the investor will come chasing you. Okay? If your business is running well enough like you say it is, I will look for you. I will find you. I will push my money down your throat. That's when you know your business is doing very well. But when you go to one investor, he says, you go to another one, he's not responding to your emails, he's not responding to your text. Go back to your business. There's something you're not doing right. Okay, so what financing is right for you? Now, this is in a very local context. Interestingly, last year, there was a crazy buzz about VC on Twitter. There was VC, there was grants. Everybody was thinking VC. Venture capital, angel investment, And at the point, it was funny. So there are really three types of funding you can get within the country that we live in, and really on the continent that we are. Okay, so business loans. So those are the ones you go to a small credit institution, they'll ask you to submit some small documentation and they'll give you 10,000, 15,000, right? Business loans. So there are tools designed to help provide small capital to small businesses, helping you meet various financial needs and grow your operations. So small loans. Usually, lately I see people giving 100,000. That's not a small loan. That's not a small loan. Then there's venture capital. So the difference between a loan, a venture capital, and a grant is essentially one thing. With the business loan, you provide capital, collateral. With the venture capital, you provide collateral in the form of equity. You give me a share of your business, and I'll give you my money. Financial grants, they follow free one too. Yeah, but then you see, in the way it is arranged, it's in the same way you will get the volume of financing you will get. If you can provide collateral of 1 million cedis, you will get a business loan of 1 million cedis. If you come to me and you tell me that your business is valued at 1 million Ghana cedi, the work I will do to justify that 1 million, and later come and tell you that, boss, your business is worth 10,000. Because your valuation metrics and the way you are looking at your business is not the way I see it. And I'm the one investing, so it's per my metrics. Good thing with venture capital is that aside the money, they usually come on board with people, partners. And so, yes, you are getting money, you are giving away a share of your business, but you are getting me on your board. And so when we have board meetings, I'm telling you where the strategy needs to go. I'm telling you how to run the business. We are brainstorming on where we can pivot and what opportunities lie in the market. I'm introducing you to people who can help your business grow because my money is inside. At this point, I'm a shareholder. And I would not like to lose my money. Again, VCs can lose money. Do you get it? If the business doesn't go well, and I'm pretty sure those of you who are on Twitter, you may have heard of a few businesses that got some huge VC money and now are cutting down or are shutting shop. There are situations like that, right? And then there's grants. So grants typically are, schemes that go out and you are allowed to apply, and then you get maybe 10,000 CDs, $1,000, $2,000. Those are per criteria, based on what the scheme is willing to give out. If you're able to get into the scheme and you meet their criteria, they'll call you and say, look, you've been eligible for $2,000, and so send us your banking details, and then they wire to you. No questions asked. You don't come back and report. You don't come back and provide any evidence. If you choose to spend that $2,000 on your pocket, that's entirely on you. But that's what financial grants are. Okay. Now, you'd need to determine at which stage of your business you can go for any of these. Okay? The most easily accessible is financial grants. And I'll say that in the first year and a half, target financial grants. Those that will give you free money and won't ask you questions. Target those. When your business is at a level where you've put systems and structure in place, you have employees, you have clients, you are generating revenue, you have financials, you have documentation, then you can begin to look at venture capital. Okay? And then, if you feel you are bigger than VC, you can go to a Stanbic and tell them that you want 1 million Ghana cedi, and you have collateral to provide. Then they'll give you. So I'll give you a very broad view of the venture capital landscape. Okay, what happened in 2023, what is likely to happen in 2024. Now, in Africa, there are typically 4 regions that we split into when we are talking about funding, right? So there's Western, Eastern, Northern, and Southern Africa. In previous years, in 2021, Western Africa has been the biggest beneficiary of venture capital funds. So you see that in 2021, West Africa alone, we got $2 billion in venture capital. So essentially, look at it like this. Businesses, early stage businesses in 2021 were able to get $2 billion out of the venture capital market. The whole of West Africa, the 16 countries in West Africa, right? Eastern Africa was 580, Southern 930, Northern was 590. In 2022, West Africa lost a bit, Eastern Africa picked. So you see it there. And in 2023, Western Africa has dropped significantly. So you will notice that if you are thinking that your business has gotten to a place where, I can go into VC, the VC money is leaving South Africa. It's leaving Western Africa. It's going into Eastern. Okay? Okay, so look at this. Of the 2 billion in West Africa, 1.7 went to Nigeria. Give me a second, I'll come to your question. West Africa, 2 billion in 2021. 1.7 went to Nigeria. So between Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Liberia, all of us share the remaining 300 million. There was a time when a business came to me and I genuinely liked the idea. But I felt like Ghana was the wrong place for them to start off. So I pitched them, you know what, for what you're trying to do, if you can pivot and start in Nigeria, you get money. They were reluctant. Interestingly, a similar idea showed up in Nigeria, and the person got, in the first round that they went to market, they got $15 million. $15 million. And so when I saw the news, I picked the article and I sent him an email. This could have been you. No, look, I'm saying the story because he came to me as an advisor to help him fundraise. It's something I do. He came to me and said, William, our business has come. At that point, he was 3 years in. He had checked all my boxes. But then I spoke to another partner. I was like, look, this guy and where the business is, Ghana is not the place. And I wasn't telling him to move country. I wasn't asking him uproot and go and live in Nigeria. Start the business. Do the registration there, right? We'll help you set up the paperwork, do everything, get an office, all of that. And then run the funding process through Nigeria. When the similar idea came up, in a year, and you see, that's the painful part of that story. He had been running the business 3 years. The Nigerian one came in, the first year, they raised 15 million. And he had potential to raise, he wasn't even raising 15 million, he was raising 5 million. He just had to take a chance, and he didn't. Okay. So again, there's been a slowdown in investments across board. There's been a very serious slowdown, partly due to what George alluded to. The world is in a mess, and so investors are also slowing down on their investments. Right? Even though there's money to be invested, there are two situations happening here. There's the seemingly lack of businesses to invest, and there's the investor just being reluctant to invest. Okay, so two things. There's money. In the VC circle, we call it dry powder. There's money sitting in people's pocket. People's funds have money to invest. But they are not making the investment because the climate is not the best. But then also, they are not seeing enough businesses come to them with potential to justify the investment. That's what it is. And so you see in 2021, the number of investors that came, at least one deal was done on average in 2021, right? In 2023, 6. And if you look at the average number of deals and the average ticket sizes, so ticket sizes is the lots, so maybe 10,000 is a ticket size, right? The ticket sizes have dropped. When I would be investing, say, $100,000, I'm investing at $50,000. Because again, businesses come to me, and I'm always fair enough to give you the first 15 minutes of my time. If you reach out to me and say, look, we want you to hear our business and see if you will invest, I'll send you my calendar link. You book a time that is convenient for you, and I will show up. If after that 15 minutes you cannot justify why I should give you 2 CDs, then there's something wrong. And a lot of us are facing it. There's money to invest. There are people who want to invest. But the quality of businesses we are seeing, the quality of deals we are seeing, is not worth it. Again, you need to understand that we also take on risk. We are risk takers. We are risking our money on your business. A lot of the time, again, let me just put this out there. VCs, when you go to a venture capital firm and you've heard that they have a fund of $100 million, it's not their money. What they've done is go into the market, see the people who have the money, and give them a plan. And the plan says that, look, we have a portfolio of fintech businesses, agri businesses, commodity businesses who are doing this and this, and we need money to invest in them, and we'll bring you returns. VC is not free money. It's money that must bring returns into the portfolio. It's for a longer period. You can go 5 years, you can go 10 years, but when a VC time has reached in a business and is exiting, it must exit with returns, positive returns. Okay? So, at a very high level, that's how VCs work. So as much as I'm taking equity because I want to see your business grow, make the money that I've put in your business worthwhile, and get returns when I'm exiting or when the business goes to IPO. IPO is when they go on the exchange and they become a public entity, right? Then anybody can buy shares. At that point, I'm cashing out heavy. You get it? Cool. So again, same story. So there's a new trend that's happening in VC, debt, venture debt. So rather than giving up equity for your business, they'll say that give it to me as a debt. Give it to me as a loan, and I'll pay it over a period of time. If I can't pay it over the period of time, it will convert into equity. There's been a very significant rise. Last year, I saw two very interesting stories, and I was like, okay, I didn't think it was going to happen on the African market, but it did. And you can see there, it's almost a 50-50 split between equity and debt. So how to access financing? I mean, it's all there. Venture capital, angel investors, syndication, startup accelerators, SB Incubator. People like SB Incubator, Y Stars, Tech Stars, all of those. Angel investors are those people who have money and you can speak to them one-on-one and let them invest in your business, right? Okay. This, for me, is the favorite part of everything I'm about to speak, right? Because this is the part where I'm passionate about. You people. For those who are already in it, those who are like me and we are already in it, those who are yet to come into it, and those who, after this place, will think that they can come to William with an idea. All of you. This is for you. And again, back to the quote. If you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion. For your passion will lead you right into your purpose. Sometimes the businesses we start is out of the passion that we have. It's out of the purpose that we have. Desmond is passionate about investments and all of that. That's why he put this thing together. If he monetized it, I don't know if all of you would have shown up. Okay. So being the CEO, what does success look like to me? In running my business, what do I determine as success? Business growth, industry recognition, profitability, product growth. A clear definition and articulation of success to you and your team makes the operation easier. If you can clearly define to your employees that this is what growth means to us, then you might be doing, you'll get them championing your vision for you. The best CEOs really, really are people leaders. They are, how would I put it? They're people who lead a chant. The best CEOs really, really, all they do is manage people. Manage people in strategy. They don't think too much. All they do is to tell you, give you the motivation, that sense of importance, then you can work. Yeah. Really, they're not doing anything. Think about it. Okay, let me give you a simple example. Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was the greatest marketer ever, but he didn't design the Apple products. It was Steve Wozniak. You understand? What is my risk appetite? How much risk are you willing to take for your business? How much risk are you willing to take for your business? Your risk appetite will determine how far your business will grow. Like Desmond's scale, if you are very risk averse, you don't like risk, your business will be marking time with you. And for those of you who have been in business for a while, you understand that there are certain risks you need to take to see your business move. There are certain days you have to be crazy about it. You have to be crazy. Spare capital. I don't know what is going on in the African market, but I'm going to do it. Oh yeah, I'll do it. Because I'm willing to take that risk. I'm willing to go into places that people won't go to, find the deals there, and make it happen. How much risk are you willing to take for your business? And manage your expectations. I understand that when you start a business, you want to make money. But in your first year, I understand that you will not make money. Your first year, if you make serious money, If your capital is 10,000 and you made profit of 20,000, hey, God really loves you. But understand that the expectations you have for your business may not be your reality. Manage those expectations. Consistency. Create systems and processes. Remain passionate, but enjoy the ride. Take a break and enjoy time off when you feel tired. A tired CEO is of no use to the business. Enjoy the ride. Be passionate about it. Okay? Then finally, partners. Partnership is very good. It can be the next step in your business. You don't need to you don't need to pressure yourself into doing everything. You can have a partner, a strategic partner, a finance partner, and employees are not your partners. Employees are workers. That's what they are. They are stakeholders. They are not partners. Okay? So, I hope I've spoken enough. And yeah, what partner are you yourself? Don't micromanage your partnerships. Competition, I was going to make this point. Recognize competition. Okay? Recognize competition. Competition is good in the marketplace. I am not the only capital and advisory firm in Ghana, right? But I recognize the competition I have. There are a very good number of them that I'm friends with. We eat together, we talk. Recognize competition, but your journey is different. Your journey is different. Run your race. Take your time. Build your business. Build the foundation well. At the end of the day, the revenue will come into your pocket. Don't follow somebody's path. And I'll end by saying this. God, when he was making man, right? In the Bible, when you're reading the story of creation, it says, God said, God said, God said, and there was. God said, and there was. When it came to man, he said, let us. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. He recognized partnership in creating the human beings. Everything else, God said, and it was. God said, and it was. When it came to man, let us. Partnership. Thank you very much.
Super stuff. Wow. So I noticed how you listened intently to his presentation, and that only suggests that there will be some questions for him as well. I don't know whether your question is whether he can give you $1 million for your business immediately, but maybe something along those lines. So if we have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, so 1, 2. I was going to say 3, and I have a question for him. So let me use the mic. That's why they called me to be MC. So I use my privileges. All right, sure. So I know your focus is very much on businesses, right? For some of us, like as an MC, let's assume I was doing that full time, right? Then I would be a self-employed person and not necessarily a business until I build systems. Given that context, with a bit about registration and things along those lines, I mean, getting the domain, would you still measure someone in this line of business against the same standards? And I think my question will also be relevant for people who have a business of Instagram, things like that.
Yes. The dynamics don't change depending on the business type. Okay. So again, rapper, MC. The context is clear. If you take your business seriously, these things will not be too much work for you. Okay? So, MC, when he goes for events, he has somebody who is doing videography, who is taking pictures of what he's doing. Creating a website and putting it on there, right? And creating a business card. And when you go for events, you are giving out your business card and there's a link and people can go and visualize your work. It helps. I didn't speak too much about branding, but branding is a very critical part of your business. What we see, the references we can make to your business. Do you understand? Sometimes you see people say that customer referrals. That helps. If I can go to one place and see him, his work as an MC, people giving him thumbs up and referrals, people saying good things about it, I'm likely to pick him as my MC. Right?
All right, sure. Thank you very much. Okay, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, have there been situations where you've seen a business and you've not been too convinced about how well the business will do, and then you later find out that the business actually does well? Do you make attempts to go back and be an investor?
Yes. I made a mistake. What I thought was not going to happen happened. And you've proved me wrong. Yes, I'll come to you and say, look, I made a mistake. I want to invest. At that point, you can bluff me. But yes, every good investor would have faced that situation once. Every good investor. For those who watch Dragon's Den, yes, it happens all the time. They didn't back. So Dragon's Den is essentially like a venture capital type situation. Only it's quick. You get it? So if you want to think about how venture capitals work, just pick a few episodes of Dragon's Den or any of those shows and you understand. But yes, there are instances where you look at it and you are not convinced. And there's a trick to what we do as well. Sometimes we listen to our gut feelings. Beyond the paperwork, beyond the due diligence, sometimes I sit back and I ask myself that, how do I feel? What's my gut telling me? When it all checks out and you feel like your gut is not with you, the likelihood that you pass on it is high. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So situations like that, my gut would have told me, nah. And then it will backfire. So I'll come to you and say, look, I backfired. What's up?
Yes. And also, do you usually place a lot of value on experience versus passion? Which one do you place a lot of value on?
Passion will keep you going. Experience will pay you. Passion will keep you going. Experience will pay you, because with experience, you fine-tune your business. And when you fine-tune the business, people pay for that. Do you understand? I will personally place experience over passion. Because with time, you should be able to correct certain mistakes, and I shouldn't see certain things. Do you understand? Passion will keep you waking up out of your bed to go and run the business. But experience is what will pay you, will bring you the revenue. Right? Everybody here, you had a decade of experience, It's the reason why we are standing here. All of that experience is what people will pay for.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the brilliant presentation. My name is Edeb. You said something about employees not being your partners. Yes. And I find that a bit troubling, because that seems to dominate the space. So let's say you're a startup. You have an employee who is turning out to be critical to the success of your business. Because he's good, others are trying to poach him. In your bid to succeed, you shouldn't lose anything if you cede 5 or 10% ownership to such an employee. You are building a strategic partnership, because you cannot drive your vision alone. You are not going to. You need people to drive it. So in case you are having one or two of those star people, would you want to hold ownership to your chest and lose them, or build a Microsoft, own 50%, or build something like, with all respect to Coco Cane, and own it all by yourself?
What you have is a risk. It's not a partnership. It's a risk. One employee cannot run down your business. It's a risk. That's why I was very careful in making that statement, because I've heard a few people say that your first employees are your partners. They are not your partners. They are stakeholders. The moment an employee can do your job, right, or they can take a certain part of your job, away with them is a risk. And if you are not willing to lose employees as a businessman, you are running an NGO. You are helping people make money. You are helping people live. Business decisions are business decisions. If you need to fire somebody, fire the person. If you need to take the person away because they are becoming a critical risk to your business, do it. At the end of the day, the business is you, you are the business. Do you understand? Again, you can fire the person will go and start the other business. They might have the skills, but at the end of the day, you have your business to run. The person will become competition. Okay? So in your case, and the question you're asking me, that employee is a risk. If you crystallize the risk into partnership, he will dominate you. He will dominate you. If you want a partner, okay? If you want a partner, or you realize that where you are getting to, you need extra help, sit down and ask yourself those questions, right? I'm at a point where there are too many things on my plate, and I need to bring in somebody, okay? Now, when you're bringing in people, critically define the roles and responsibilities. Do you understand? That employee you brought in, you started a business, you needed extra hands, and that person was like, I'll help you, in the beginning, and you found it nice. So the person was helping you, he was learning from you. When you are not available or you are indisposed, the business runs on that person. It's a risk. You didn't clearly define the roles. You are the CEO, you create strategy, you bring in the client, The person is an operations person. They serve people. From the very beginning, put those in place, structure and systems.
Okay, that's fine. Again, on the movement of capital from Western Africa to Eastern Africa, what do you think is causing that uptick? And comparing Western Africa to Eastern Africa now, where do you think there are a good number of entrepreneurial activities? Because this is what drives the VC money.
Right.
They need to see some good quality startups, then the money follows. So is it that those in Eastern Africa are building that base? That is why the money is moving there? Or
it's two things. Regulation. The regulation in Eastern and Southern Africa is growing. They are recognizing the impact of VC. And so the governments are making the platform easier. And secondly, there's a diversification. So in Eastern Africa, there's Kenya, there's Tanzania, there's Rwanda, there's Uganda. They are opening up. The number of investable early stage businesses are growing. In the West Africa, you saw was Nigeria. And Nigeria, you see, the thing with Nigeria is once one unicorn, which is a particular startup that we thought was going to hit the peak, once one goes down, and again, Nigeria is 95% of the investment that comes into Western Africa. So if that crunches, and look, Ghana, we don't attract as much as Nigeria, nowhere close. And when I got into the space myself, I understood it better because a lot of people are doing business, but they are not doing VC backable business. Thank you.
Okay, put your hands together. A moment, please.
So there's a question.
Yes, I'll take his question, but just one moment. So at this point, we would transition into the general question time where you can direct your question to any of the speakers and then you ask your questions. So we have William here, George is here with us, Saram is here, and then Desmond as well. So you indicate who your question is for, and then you proceed to answer. Let's do this while you process your question, especially for the rest of the speakers. Please, can I see your phones? Right. Mobile phone, please. So we have a QR code on the screen, and we really need your feedback. Part of our goals for this year is to improve continuously. We need your feedback to make sure that we can achieve that. So please scan this code. If your phone doesn't allow you to scan from the back, you can join me here. No, you have smartphones. So good. So just scan from the back, yes, and then share your feedback. We really look forward to reading those and improving as we go along. Right. So, Calvin, you take your question first, and then others will follow. I think
Yes.
you have a question next. Okay. So just let's know who your question is addressed to.
So, William.
Okay, William.
Yes, thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I learned a lot from business today, and I think I'm going to start a business. I'm going to get serious with starting my business henceforth. So thank you very much for that. So 2 questions. First question is, do you have specific sectors or industries that are no-go areas for your investing? And second question is, how do you plan on making VC something like, for example, for entrepreneurs who want VC investment, how do you plan on educating them on how to attract good VC investments? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I invest in tech-enabled businesses. Okay, there's a difference between fintech, which is the craze now, and tech-enabled businesses. So you could be in healthcare, but the solution you are bringing is backed by a certain, sense of technology that makes sense. Okay, the technology is right. The client base is there. It is scalable. Okay, it is not a one sector. It's not a one subsector of people solution, right? When I mean by scalability, I can go beyond Ghana. Okay, maybe Ghana is far. I can go beyond Accra, Greater Accra. I can implement the solution in Ashanti region and it will work. I can implement it in the north and it will work. Okay? So scalability is a very critical thing. Now, there are the sectors that we invest in are typically small. Okay? So agri, healthcare. Lately, I'm very focused on making sure that the managing team of the business has at least one woman. Okay.
Well, I saw the ladies who applaud that.
Has at least one woman.
No, it's a start.
No, let's be honest. If some of us are not deliberate about it, we will still have the conversation of gender imbalance and all of that, right? And so, when a team comes to me and it's all men, I'll still have the conversations, but I always tell them, find a woman and put her in your team. There's data to back it. McKinsey has a whole report backing that a woman founder, a woman co-founder, or a woman being in a management team, the business is likely to succeed more than men only. It's not me who said it. There's a report to it. So please, so that's it on the investment side.
Okay.
There's a second part to the question. So there's the thing with VCs is that advertisement is hard. Venture capital is a very referral-based type institution. Okay? And so if you want to find a VC or you want to find somebody who invests, or even an angel investor, it requires you speaking to somebody who knows, and then you get into that fraternity, if I can put it like that. When I got into it, I called it a cult. Because if you don't know it, you won't know anything about it. How many of you know there's a Ghana Venture Capital Association here in Ghana? You see? And it's backed by government. Yes. How many of you know there's Impact Invest in Ghana? 4. You see? So there's a lot more we can do, me included, but again, it's sort of the ethics laid down. You will see a billboard of a venture capital firm. Rarely. Just like law firms or accounting firms. It's a very referral-based business. So the first place to start to look for somebody who has either spoken to a VC, has access to a VC, or somebody who has gone through the process of raising funds. That's the first place to start. There will usually be the link into it.
Okay, so we have one question here. Okay, so, well, let's have your question.
Hello. So my question is to this one.
Okay.
So I would like to ask, let's say I'm an income earner and I have a percentage to invest. I want to invest in the stock market. I'm aware that the share prices move from time to time. So would you advise I invest, let's say, one time, maybe I have like 1,000 CDs at, let's say, maybe mid-March or 3 months from now, and I buy, let's say, stocks of MTN, or you would advise that every week, even if it's 20 CDs, 50 CDs, I buy the share. I hope you understand my question. Okay.
Okay. So as you rightly, the name, sorry? Ni. As you rightly said, the share prices, they fluctuate. And most of us, we don't have a lot of money to even invest, like to get significant shareholdings, right? And once you have the plan, what you can do is to adopt a concept we call dollar cost average. We can make a CD cost average. So that every time that you have money, so if it is 100 CDs you want to do every month, go and buy it. So this month you bought it at 1 CD, let's say assume 1 CD. Next month, when you want to invest, the price would go up or it will go down. If it has gone down, you realize that now you are going to buy additional. The 100 CDs will buy you more shares. If to the next month it has gone up, you buy less. But then if you look at the average, you realize that you would have spent, how do I put it? Per share, averaging lower than the price at which you bought it at. So you can adopt that concept called dollar cost averaging, where every month you invest, and it's that principle doesn't cut across just stocks, even in your mutual funds. So do that if you're investing in periodic basis and in small amounts.
Yes, I'm happy she mentioned the unit trust, because every single day the price increases. So if you're waiting to accumulate so much before you buy, probably you'll be buying at a higher price. So like the 10 CDs, 50 CDs, you can do that. And as you're getting more, you can keep adding up. So I think that's just explains it, all right? Okay, so
So on the stock market as well, sometimes it's also about the timing. And if you speak to your broker and he knows what your objective is, it helps. For my funds or our funds, we have timing that we'll purchase, especially if you're looking at long term. I always purchase right after they pay dividends because prices are lower. I'll purchase close to December because people need money, so I can have a bargaining price. So sometimes your timing could also be helpful.
Which is why for people who are new to the market, a better option would be to go through the mutual funds, because the experts, as George has said, they know the timings and all these dynamics compared to we, the individuals, going directly.
To Desmond, so supposing you advise a customer to buy something, maybe a fund or something, and then they lose money. As somebody who's an investor, how do you restore trust? How do you get your client to believe in you again?
I don't know if this what I'm going to say is TV worthy, but is it for 2020? I did a video about why you should not convert your CD into dollar. And I mean, I gave reasons and everything. Everything was fine. Then, was it last year? Everything changed. Are we still recording? I went to my YouTube and somebody said the K word with double A. You know what it means? KW something. Plenty. Like, yeah, thank you. And like, yes. In fact, when the mark-to-market happened, it was, for me, the worst time of my career. Because I'd basically handheld many people to invest. And they call you and like, you didn't tell me. I'm like, okay. All the time that you were enjoying the benefits, you didn't come to me. And so it's more a conscious effort now that even as I'm speaking to you about investment, you saw my slide, I was speaking about just the risk rather than the returns. So yes, it's been a painful experience. Again, it's been an eye-opener, but I think it's making everybody much more smarter, making everybody much more informed, and hopefully next time, there won't be any next time, but if there should be any next time, people are more aware of what they are putting their money into before they jump. But trust me, I had people who came to me say, "Desmond, you have to give me my money back to me. You told me to give." Yes, it was that bad. People would call you and insult you, but they'd be enjoying benefits for like the long period, but they need somebody to blame. It is absolutely fine, but I think people are now much more aware of their risk with investment. So, I don't know if, yes.
Sorry, I'm just doing a lot of top-up. So, another maybe strategy that perhaps you can look at is, I personally don't invest in anything I don't understand. I know I'm making money, I know I'm losing money. If you heard William, he has the specifics that he invests in because he understands that space. So look at it. I'm a macro person, so I look at it in terms of, in the next 5 years, what are the growth prospects in the economy? Or what has it been in the last 10 years? It's always been services. Who are the guys making money in services? Financial, telco, mining. You want to do stocks. Which of them are listed? Which I know about 90% will belong to a particular telco. Are they listed? Are they making money? Would you continue to buy their credit? Would you make money? So that's how I want us to look at it. For.
The question will come to you next time.
Thank you so much. This has been like really insightful, and I'm glad I came. So my question is on managing like your several investment funds, and I mean I've learned so much about having all of that. So it can be anyone, and I'd wish everyone would say something. But
Prince will answer the next question.
so how do you monitor it? Because it can be overwhelming if you have like a lot of them that you are looking in. So how do you monitor?
So that's fund management. Yeah. So Sarah and George. I'm more sell side, so.
No, I think I can say something to that. Look, for me personally, I invest, okay? And I dedicate a time in my week to look at my investments, okay? So Thursday afternoons, between 3 and 5. Yeah. But Thursday afternoon between 3 and 5, okay? Look at your investment. If you are conscious of your money, you will make time for it. Do you see? So even if it's a portfolio of 30 investments and you dedicate 2 hours, and over time it will become part and part of you. You know you have bookmarked the links, and Sims will send their report and you save it. With time, it will become a part of you. Thursday afternoon, 3 and 5. May check my numbers. And aside personal investments, it's time that I also dedicate to speaking to, those that I've invested in previously, and I'm asking them, how's the business going? If I can make time and drive to you, I'll drive to you, I'll do that. But it's dedication to it. If you put your money somewhere, you should see how it's doing, So it doesn't need to be Thursday. I choose Thursday afternoons because it's easier for me. And Friday, I know that. No.
Okay, so in addition to that, as he has said, what I do is within my budget template, I have a net worth tracker. So your net worth basically is all the things you have minus all the things you owe. Then you know the value, right? So we have that on the app too. But what I do is I indicate, and again, because all the investments, we know where it is going, right? We are tracking it in the budget. So every month, and as Mimi said, don't set a budget and go to sleep. So every month, as you are reviewing your budget, you are updating your net worth, because every month is increasing or decreasing depending on the lifestyle. Yeah, so you again can do that so that every month you are tracking. And once it's your money, there's a scripture where your heart's treasure is. It has to be. So, thank you. Yes. So, it has to be. It's your hard-earned money. So, you have to be interested enough to make time for it.
Before Prince comes, I hope you guys are scanning and giving us feedback. It's really important to us.
Thank you so much.
So, initially, I didn't know you were asking from a personal perspective. Personal, very important. I mean, as you advise, you try and diversify as much as possible. I don't diversify only the asset class, but also even the institutions that you work with. So that means that you have somebody if you don't have it automated from the organization, you have somebody in there who's sending you your information. You can just with their client services and all. Personally, because I'm in the industry myself, I have friends who I can ask for my statement at any time, even if it's not like end of the month or end of a period. And I try to track what's going on. In planning, they talked about accountability partners. I have a mentor who, at the end of the year, I put all my investments in an Excel sheet and show it to him so he can compare with what I sent last year. So I know whether I'm making progress or not, and if he has to knock me or praise me. You understand? So those are things you can actually look at here to see how you are making some growth. Right, I think we have a question at the back.
Yes.
Then we'll take one last one here, and I think we'll call it a day.
Okay, I have actually two in one, but it's very simple. So my first question, I know you haven't been, I'm not sure if you're at liberty to share, but, sorry. I'm not sure if you're at liberty to share, but you've been mentioning a lot of, diversify your investment and all of that. And as experts within the field, do you have specific examples of where we can look at? Just when you were mentioning like your life policy, where exactly is that life policy in case we want to? And I'm asking this because we have a very diversified group of experts here. So having that insight in, okay, look at this place, look at that place, look at this thing, I feel like that could guide us in not to just putting money anywhere. Right. And then my second question is also the fact that I have this because I asked about the irregular income earners as well. But you've been mentioning a lot about, the monthly thing, making sure that you are monitoring. If you're investing, you mentioned somebody who starts in the beginning of the month, for example, is not the same as somebody who starts at the end of the month. But as an irregular income earner, is it advisable? I have this, trait where sometimes I put it in maybe one time in the year and I forget about it as opposed to doing it every month. Is that advisable from your perspective? And if that is maybe the only option, how do I also go about it?
Okay, so Desmond has a slide which will address your question about options. But one thing I want to say, no matter what it is, please just make sure that it's a duly licensed institution that you're investing in or a duly licensed fund. For the various investment funds, the place to look at is the Securities and Exchange Commission website. They have a page for that. In fact, there was a time where they assigned color codes. They still do. Color codes to the various investment firms, just so you know who's in good standing, who has some issues here and there, and who you shouldn't even be talking to in the first place, right? So you can look at that. So Desmond.
10 seconds on your question. I've given examples here, but if you remember what I said, not all of this is for what? Everybody. It has to align with your goals and your objectives and whatnot. But I give examples here for the local CD money market options. If you have money, you want to come to us at Stanbic, we'll gladly take you. But that is if it aligns with your goals. If you want to buy fixed with some banks, you can do that. T-bills, if you are comfortable with that, you can go into it. Commercial paper, that's absolutely fine as well. But you need to also be aware of the risk with each one of them. We don't just speak about the positives without highlighting the potential downsides as well. If you're looking at foreign currency options, I gave some examples again. If you want to come to us as Sims, we can help you. IC Securities are also there. Standard Chartered, if you go to them, you can speak to William, he'll help you out. Access Pension, you go there, they can help you. And Blackstar Advisors, they can also help you. But all these products are specialized products. And I can give an example that all of these usually sit outside Ghana. So the markets are usually much more efficient than Ghana. And with efficiency comes the volatility in there. So if you're not somebody who is between the medium to high risk tolerance person, these are not for you. But once you speak to them, they can give you more details about the funds. This is just overview of what the options could be, but speak to them and understand the intricacies of each of them, then you can make an informed choice. Again, if you want to come to us at Stanbic, please, I'll explain to you, Dodo. Why not? Okay. Yes, yes. You see, for me, don't wait. Oh, even if it is 50 CDs, the best time is today. Like I was giving an example of the value of money. If we are doing simple interest calculation, we say principal times time times rate over 365, and I'm a boy. If it is, so if the day count is 1st January, it's 365. If it is 30th January, it's 330 days. So your percentage is times 330 over 365. You understand? So no matter the figure you're looking at, sometimes it's good to accumulate. But ordinarily, even the 50 CDs you have, depending on the fund you're investing in, if you are in the $100,000 fund, with $1,000, you can't invest in it. You need to accumulate before you invest in it. But if you're in a fund that allows you to deposit small, absolutely go with that option. All right. Yes. Yes.
The year makes 12,000.
Yes.
But if I start January and already give 12,000
Yes.
and forget about it, is it the same as is it calculated the same?
No. So you are starting at a higher base. Sorry. Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. So if you start, your question was if you start 12,000 at the beginning of the year or 1,000 CDs at the end of each month. No, it's not the same. Now with 12,000, we're starting day one with a higher base. But this 1,000 CDs, it needs to add up before you get to the 12,000. You probably end up, if it's 15%, probably around 14,000 CDs, compounded interest. But with 12,000, even if it's 15%, probably be around maybe 16 or 17. The difference will be quite clear than if you started with 1,000. Some people do that. They start with a huge amount, and every other month they do something small, 50, 100, whatever it is, then you can do it. The same also applies for loans as well. I was talking to somebody yesterday for like 1 hour. The person took a loan, and the loan was 5% interest on $1 per month. And and so the person was like, no, this month, I'm supposed to pay only $12,000 a year for the loan. It's like, no, every month you default, you pay $1,000. So for the default for like a year, the person was owing like $60,000. Yeah, it was crazy. So you need to, it's the same with loans. The more you wait, the more it becomes even worse for you. Same with your investment. If you start early, it becomes better for you. Please read the fine print, even for your loans, even for your investments as well. Read the fine print. Oh, yesterday we fought for like 1 hour. No fights per se. Any question?
Yes. Thank you. My question is to William and then My question is to William and then Sarah.
Okay.
William was very serious about the entrepreneurial thing, finding your what and why, and all of that. But some of us in school, we decided to sell thrifts to support our 200 CDs weekly stipend.
Right.
And my business then was not to solve anybody's problem or find who my client is. I just need extra money. I just need extra money.
Fair, which is fair.
If that's my mentality now, is there anything you can suggest for me? I'm not trying to revolutionize anything or reinvent any wheel. I just want extra money every month. So if you can make any suggestions to us, we'll be very happy.
Crucify him.
And my second question is to Sarah. Thank you again. At the latter part of your presentation, you had sort of divided the types of sinking fund, emergency fund, sinking fund. I don't know if you can talk about it for a minute. You didn't really speak on that. Are you saying that we should open a separate accounts for each of those sinking funds you had listed there? Thank you so much. I really enjoyed myself.
Thank you too. So look, I am all for starting a business to make money. Don't get me wrong. Start a business to make money because money is everything. Okay? And you make your first revenue, you realize that the passion to make more money is there. Okay. Where you are building a business and you know that it's long term, you're going to need investors. I'm building a particular type of business for a particular type of market. A lot of what I said will apply to you. Okay? She started a business because she wanted to augment her income, which is fair. Thumbs up. Everything I've said still applies to you, in the sense that you still need to be passionate about what you do. Okay? Don't throw away the fact that it's a small thrift shop, so you don't need to register it. Register it. Yes, register it. I wouldn't say don't register for tax. Do, because again, see, the problem of Ghana, okay, and I'm going to step back and step into his shoes for a bit. Ghana's problem is the fact that we don't raise money enough to do what we want to do, budgets, right? And that is why we've been borrowing, and DDEP has come to hit us. The statistics is that there's a lot more non-paying tax businesses than paying tax businesses and people. Do you get it? And so I've become an advocate for small businesses going to register. Look, register that you want to be a taxpayer. The portal allows you to say that I didn't make money, and so I don't have any tax to declare. It allows you. So you go, it's a simple checkbox. You check the box, it will gray out everything, and you save, and then you submit. You are done. It's a 5-minute process. But we also want to be good citizens. Okay. And not spectators. You see? And so I admonish all of you, register the business, do the tax, right? And put these systems in place. Because look, at the end of the day, it may be a side business now, right? But a thought might come to you. Somebody might look at the business, look at you and say, look, you know what? If you are ready to scale, I'll get you a shop, right? Then you now have to think of, okay, how am I going to get in more thrift clothing? How am I going to get a POS machine? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? It brings you into a different scale. It brings you into the world I was speaking about, right? So unless you want to keep your business small, manage it small, fair. But still be cognizant of these things that I've spoken about, right? If you get the opportunity and somebody says that, look, I like what you've been doing, and I've been seeing it from afar, and I want to give you some money to open a shop, you will come back to these things. You see? So please just be cognizant of it. It may not apply to you now, right? But keep them at the back of your mind. But at least register the business. I beg you. Thank you.
Okay. The name? Hi, Angela. Okay, sure. So, yes, I did mention that you could have a number of sinking funds in your account, but that doesn't mean that when open, you need to have 200 accounts because you have 200 sinking funds. So what I personally do is, it depends on the need for the fund, right? If it's a fund that I'm going to need, like, for instance, the one that goes, like my insurance and birthday, those monies, those are things I usually need within a year. So I have all that in like a money market fund, and it's one account. It's now there are some apps that you can create pockets, like portfolios on there. So it's the same money you are investing, but at least on the app you can create a number of these funds on it with just one account. So those options are there. And again, once you have, it can even all be in one account. So if it's a savings or let's say medium term, I want to buy a land or a car, it's going into a Sims income fund. My car, my land money is all going, or my MBA is all going into this. But in my budget, I know the allocations for each, and say that although the balance of this is 2,500 belongs to this, 200 belongs to this, so you can just track it. You don't need to have all those accounts. But for your emergency fund, please have a separate account for a savings account for your emergency. Separate it from all the other monies. Your emergency fund is critical. Thank you.
Great. Please put your hands together for our speakers once again. Desmond, you wait with me. All right, please, the speakers, you can resume your seats. Thank you very much for staying with us from morning, those who've been with us on TV, MX24GH, those who have been with us on YouTube, on X, we really appreciate all of you. For those who made it here, we super appreciate you guys for making the time to be here. And I believe it's been worth your while. We look forward to receiving your feedback, and we believe that will be positive, and also with constructive criticisms where necessary, suggestions that we can employ to make this better. We'll take closing remarks from our host. Please put your hands together for Mr. Desmond Bredu.
So again, good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, again, you guys, you've blown my mind. Like I was saying, I was really nervous, so you don't know, I couldn't sleep till like 1 o'clock yesterday, 1 a.m. yesterday. And I think we got, over 150 people at a point. And over 100 people have stayed to the end of the program for more than 6 hours. That's unbelievable. And I want to thank everybody for showing up. I really, really, really appreciate this. And it just gives you an incentive for it to do more. I titled it Finance Series. So if this one didn't go well, there would have been C, there was no risk. But I just finished at the C, but hopefully we can just continue. So we hope that through the feedback as well, you can suggest other things that we can do that will make you want to come again next time. It's really important for you to fill the feedback form for us. And I want to also thank my bosses for coming to speak. George, Miriam, Sarah, William, our money man. Mimi, please, can you give another round of applause, please? I think guys learned something, right? For me, I learned a lot from everybody. So I think next time, if we invite you again, you have to come again. Then the people at the back end. Nana, is he out there? Yes, yeah. Please shout out to Yao, please, the creatives guy. Yeah. Yes, Yao, Priscilla, just the food. I mean, you guys have been really amazing. Thank you so much. And to our wonderful MCs, Prince, round of applause for him. And to Idris, let us see you. To Idris, please. And another big thank you to MX24. Again, they blew my mind by saying that they're going to do this live event, stream on my YouTube, stream on X as well. It's really incredible. Another round of applause for them, please. And to Stambik for giving us the space to do this. Really appreciate it as well. And whatever you learned from here, right, we beg you, apply it. Don't come and listen to the nice things and go and we'll make our lives the same. No, we need to make a difference. So whatever you learned here, please apply it. If it's on your socials, please put it there. You can tag me and I'll retweet it. If it's Instagram, your story, you can mention it. Please take nice pictures so that we can post it. After here, we'll take plenty of pictures, so don't go away yet. There'll be food everywhere, right? But we'll take pictures, a group picture and whatnot. Take individual pictures as well and post it, share it, and we can also retweet as many as we can. Thank you so much again. Have a wonderful afternoon.
All right. Our host, Idris, please join me. Okay. So this program was powered by D. Bredu Financial Literacy Academy. I'll take that again. It's D. Bredu Financial Literacy Academy. It says financial literacy made easy. And it's his passion. If you don't follow him on Twitter already or X already, you really are missing out. He has these periodic Twitter spaces where you can just join. We have a lot of resource persons. William has been on. Our guys, Jerome and Patrick, who were on for an equity session only 2 weeks ago. And there's so much more of that coming up. So please check his socials, Desmond Bredu, across social media. I'm sure you'll find him. LinkedIn, wherever, please just find him. There's a lot of resource to come. When I mentioned that, well, we'll meet again next year, he says, no. We'll be having things in the course of the year. So it means he's got a lot for you, and I think you should just check him out, follow, and get to enjoy all of these good things that would have. It's been great having this experience, Idris.
I was going to say that still share the link because it's still on YouTube.
Yes,
so still share the link.
Because you can always come back to watch the pre-recorded. In fact, for some of us, because of our rules over here, we might have been walking around doing some presentations. We are going to go back, lock our door, just to make sure the AC is on, get my internet working, get some juice, get some cookies, just sit back and watch this thing again, right? I'll skip wherever it is I'm speaking because I remember what I said. But I'm going to listen to these great speakers for my own consumption and growth, and I think it's been amazing. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for these people. Right. So we're signing out now. We really appreciate you. My name is Prince Zagadu. They call me the Regal MC when I hold the mic. And it's a joy to bring joy to your events. Thank you very much. And I did this
with Idris Imbia. I know lots of people have said Idris today, but Idris.
Great, great. So he mentioned a group picture. I think let's create space for that. Let's do this way. One big group picture might be difficult, so let's just take it session by session so that it works easier. Yeah. Yes. Else some people no go show. Where the people to the one show. No. Yes. These are things we learn on the job. So please, those on this column, please join us. Yeah. Yes, so maybe the first two rows. Yes, you guys. Yes, blue shirts. Those behind you, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so next we'll do those in the middle. Yeah, right. Thank you. All right, so yes, so the middle column. Okay, so for those who are done, please, refreshments are served outside. You can just pick your food. You can enjoy it at the foyer or just come in here if you're okay. And please, let's keep the networks going. Talk to somebody before you go. Please, this man is called Adam. Thank you very much.